Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 34th session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by our minority floor leader, the distinguished Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Almighty Father, we praise and thank you for creating us. You know what is in my heart, what is in the heart of each and every one of us at this very moment. You know, dear God, that I wanted to deliver a joyful prayer on the first day of session in December, which for us is a month of celebration with significant religious and spiritual meaning. Ngayon ay buwan ng kapanganakan ng iyong anak at aming Panginoong Hesukristo ayon sa aming nakagisnan. Ito ay napakahalagang panahon para sa amin. Ito ay nagpapaalaala ng kabutihan mo sa amin, O Diyos. Kinikilala namin ang iyong kabutihan sa aming bansa at pinapasalamatan ka namin sa iyong paggabay sa aming pamahalaan at maging sa Senado. We have a lot to be thankful for. We give thanks, among others, for the successful hosting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum. But a lot is happening around us, O God, that we need your help on. In all humility, we are asking you to guide us as a people, as a nation, as a community. The bombing yesterday in the Mindanao State University in Marawi City resulted in the loss of innocent lives, injuries to many people, and trauma to countless families and communities. We pray for the souls of those who died. We implore your grace upon the affected families and communities. Please bring comfort to the grieving hearts and provide hope where there is despair. Father God, please guide us in our efforts to bring justice to the affected families and to restore peace in the region. We also implore your divine intervention for the safe return of our 17 Filipino seafarers held captive by rebels in the Red Sea. May your unwavering protection surround them, guiding the hands of those working for their liberation, leading to their safe return to their loved ones in time for Christmas. We pray for the souls of the 2 Filipinos executed in a foreign land due to alleged crimes. We also pray for the souls of the 2 farmers who hacked each other to death in Quezon Province due to an alleged land dispute. Napakaraming Pilipino ngayon ang merong karamdaman at hindi maganda ang pakiramdam. We pray for the healing of all those who are sick and not feeling well, and we include Pope Francis in our prayer. We pray for all those who have been affected and are still being affected by the series of strong earthquakes which have hit Mindanao. Please help us take care of them. We have so many problems that we lift up to you, O Lord. With your gift of wisdom, may we be able to handle our nation's problems in accordance with your will. We draw inspiration from what is written in Psalm 33, that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, and in Psalm 46, that God is our refuge and strength, and ever-present help in trouble. As we approach the joyous season of Christmas, a time of hope, peace, and love, may your light shine upon all of us and instill in us the spirit of compassion, generosity, and understanding. May this season be a happy one, a hopeful one, and a kind and safe one for all of us. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia,
Hello. Present. Present.
Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators physically present, 2 senators virtually present, for a total of 22 senators, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to ask you to stand up to sing the national anthem. I thought we were still having the budget season, so we forgot about the national anthem. So please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Mr. President, I want to count myself in as present. Please count myself in as present.
Yes, you're present, Madam
Was
Senator.
unmuted by the
You're
admin.
marked as
Thank you.
present. And
Mr. President, this is
Yes,
Senator Villar.
Yes, you're marked as present, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Peras ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuwing ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingit. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may hilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagiging, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue, may I just put into the records and acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Guests of the Senate from Siena College Incorporated, Quezon City, with teacher in charge, Mr. John Alfred Albin. We welcome all of them. We also would like to welcome SK Federation officers of Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, headed by SK President Christine Cahiles, guest of Senator J.V. Ejercito, and of course, guest of our Senate President and guest of the Senate, no other than His Excellency Koshikawa Kazuhiko, Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Dear colleagues, if I may, Majority Leader, dear colleagues,
Mr. President,
last 28th of November 2023, I sponsored a resolution and authored by each and every one of us here, expressing our sincerest and deepest sympathies to the passing of the Honorable Hosoda Hiroyuki, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of the National Diet of Japan. The resolution, as I mentioned earlier, was unanimously adopted and has become Senate Resolution number 96. As we pay tribute to the statesmanship of Speaker Hosoda, whom we had an opportunity to meet during the parliamentary visit last April this year, we are honored to be joined today by our distinguished Ambassador Koshikawa Kazuhiko, the Japanese ambassador to the Philippines. And once again, I'd just like to remind our dear colleagues that the Honorable Hosoda was a remarkable bureaucrat and statesman who served 50 years as public servant, including more than 3 decades of parliamentary service. He was a veteran lawmaker of Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party, who was even called Dr. Election for his expertise in electoral systems of reforms. I, together with the members of the Philippine Senate, will always cherish our moments when we were with His Honor in Tokyo, Japan. So may I request the Secretary to read the title once again of adopted resolution number 96.
Senate Resolution 96, resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of Hiroyuki Hosoda, former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Japan.
May we request His Excellency Koshikawa Kazuhiko to accept on Japan's behalf the adopted resolution of the Senate.
Mr. President, may I move for a minute suspension to give way for the presentation and acceptance of Senate Adopted Resolution number 96 by the Ambassador? So move, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 173 on the Senate Bill number 2501. This pertains to the bill on new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and the uniformed personnel. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 117 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
There be no objection, Secretary, please proceed with the reading of the title of the measure.
An act providing a new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and uniformed personnel, and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace and Unification and Reconciliation, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, the sponsor of the measure, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I am honored to submit to this August Chamber and sponsor Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report 173, providing a new separation, retirement, and pension system for the military and the uniformed personnel. This measure is a consolidation of Senate Bills 284 filed by this representation, Senate Bill 1421 filed by Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Senate Bill 2434 authored by Senator Amy Marcos, Senate Bill 2446 authored by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and taking into consideration House Bill 8969, which was passed on third reading by our colleagues in the House of Representatives last September 25, 2023. This measure is included in the legislative agenda under the Philippine Development Plan for 2023 to 2028. This bill is also one of the priority measures identified by the LEDAC for the 19th Congress. In fact, the move to rationalize the pension and retirement of schemes of all uniformed personnel veterans have been included in the LEDAC's common legislative agenda as early as 13th Congress. Mr. President, I sincerely hope that the 19th Congress will finally address this pressing concern affecting not only the fiscal position of the country, but also the stability in the defense establishment and the uniformed services, as persistent talks of reforming the pension system stir trepidation and uneasiness among their ranks. According to an actuarial study conducted by the GSIS, the military uniformed personnel's pension system's unfunded liabilities could range from 4.45 trillion to 14.32 trillion, depending on the amount of salary increase if the current system remains in place. Under the 2023 GAA, or General Appropriations Act, more than 128.65 billion pesos is appropriated for MUP pension alone, and another 10.8 billion is appropriated for veterans pension. Our economic managers from the Department of Finance, with the Bureau of Treasury and Department of Budget and Management say that this number is expected to significantly increase over the years. To illustrate, the total MUP pension appropriations for this year alone is almost equivalent to this year's appropriation for the personal services of the AFP at 136.239 billion and bigger than the total appropriations for the maintenance and other operating expenses, or MOOE, and capital outlay for all 7 MUP agencies such as the AFP, PNP, PCG, BJMP, BFP, Bucor, and NAMRIA combined, which is 127.59 billion pesos. Over the past 5 years, the MOOE and the capital outlay for MUP grew around 9% annually, while pension liabilities grew more than double the rate at 19% every year. This representation humbly submits before this August Chamber the product of exhaustive dialogues and consultations, most especially with the stakeholders. I would like to place on record the efforts of the economic team, the Department of Finance, with the Treasury, DBM, and GSIS to reach out to all MUP agencies and listen to their concerns. Consultations were conducted from May to July of this year to personally hear the sentiment of our soldiers, policemen, men, and women in uniform on the proposed reforms to their pension system. My office sent representatives to these roadshows, and at one point, the group visited 4 cities in 2 days. They visited the Unified Commands in Cebu and Davao during the first day, and Zamboanga and Palawan on the second day. The committee likewise conducted TWG meetings and held one-on-one meetings with the stakeholders. At naging napakalaking tulong ang mga pag-uusap nito dahil nabigyan ng mukha at boses sa mga numero at datos na ikinukwenta o tinutuos ng ating economic team. Hindi lang po ito basta usapin ng pera at gastos, na ipaloob din dito ang aspeto ng sakripisyo at kabayanihan ng ating mga kawal at uniformadong kawani. Gayon din ang kanilang mahalagang papel na ginagampanan sa pagpapanatili ng kapayapaan at kaayusan na siya susi ng pagunlad ng ating bansa. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I am pleased to present this piece of legislation that balances the interests of our economic managers with respect to the tight fiscal limitations and honors the constitutional mandate of our military and recognizes the peculiar nature of work of our uniformed personnel whose lives are always at great risk. First and foremost, any reforms to the prevailing pension scheme will only be limited to new entrants. This has been the overwhelming consensus amongst the stakeholders. This means that whatever is being enjoyed by the current pensioners and whatever is expected by those currently in the active service will still be enjoyed and received by them. In fact, for some of them, the retirement pay will be higher by 5 percentage points. Hindi po gagalawin, hindi po babaguhin, at hindi po papakailaman ng isinusulong natin paano ka ng batas ang pensyon ng mga pensyonadong retirado. Andiyan pa rin ang tinatawag na automatic indexation. Wala rin pong magiging mababa sa inaasang pensyon ng kasalukuyang mga nasa serbisyo. Kung ano po ang inaasahan nyo matanggap mula nung kayo ay pumasok sa serbisyo, yun po ang inyong matatanggap. Malinaw na malinaw po yan. Meanwhile, the new entrants will be covered by a more sustainable pension regime, one that is assured of adequate funds for the retirement of our military and uniformed personnel at a time when they need it the most, one that is not dependent on the government's limited capacity to set aside funds, therefore, but one that is wholly owned by the contributing members, and one that is self-sufficient for the welfare and varied needs of the retired MUPs in the future. Separate trust funds will be created for the military and for the uniformed personnel, which shall be managed by the GSIS and overseen by the respective military and uniformed services through trust fund committees. The establishment of these trust funds will free up some fiscal space which can be reallocated for the sector's equally important priorities, like the modernization program of our military and other law enforcement agencies, or further expanding the health, education, housing programs for the MUP and their dependents. As our economic managers would like to call it, this will be an investment on peace and security. Under this proposed measure, retirement pay will be pegged to a maximum of 90% of the base pay and longevity pay for all MUP from the current 75% and 85%. While there will be no automatic indexation, there can be annual adjustments in pension depending on the fiscal or economic conditions of the country. Paano po tayo makakasiguro na hindi ito matutulad sa nabulilyasong RSBS o retirement and separation benefit systems noon? At paano masisiguro na masusustento ng pensyon ng ating MUPs sa hinaharap? Una, may kontribusyon ng new entrants. Sa ilalim ng ating panukala, 7% ng base pay, longevity pay ng military personnel, samantalang 9% naman para sa uniformed services. Ito po ay may katapat din kontribusyon mula sa national government na 14% at 12%. Kung matatandaan sa RSBS ay wala pong naging katumbas na government contribution na isa sa dahilan ng pagiging underfunded nito. Pangalawa, kung sa RSBS maaaring i-refund ang contribution na may kasamang interes sa ilalim na ating panukala, hindi na makukuha ang contribution, ngunit makakatanggap ng separation pay ang mga aalis sa serbisyo. Pangatlo, magkakaroon ng oversight committee na mamamahala sa trust fund kung saan kasaling Finance Secretary at GSIS. Gayon din ang MUP agencies na mabibigyan ng boses sa pangangasiwa at pagpapalago ng pondo. Naasahan din natin ang expertise at mahabang karanasan ng GSIS sa fund management, gaya ng kanilang matagumpay na pagpapalago sa pension fund ng mga civilian employees. The Feliciano Commission, which looked into the AFP-RSBS and established that the previous pension scheme for the military was, to quote, fundamentally flawed, and they recommended that the new pension plan should be contributory on the part of the soldiers. If I may also echo the reminder of our economic managers that contributions to their pension are not tax impositions on income but should be considered as forced savings. Ito po ay sinasantabi at pinalalaguan ng pamahalaan para mapakinabangan ng ating mga magigiting na sundalo, pulis at uniformed personnel sa oras ng kanilang pagre-retiro. Let me also share that the U.S. Department of Defense recently adopted a new retirement system which includes defined contribution rates from service members' monthly basic pay. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I respectfully ask your support to this measure. We cannot continue kicking the can down the road and further avoid or delay the issue of ballooning expenditures in MUP pension. I humbly request the collective wisdom of this August changer in taking on and finally addressing this, if I may say, controversial and sensitive issue that has been cast aside, postponed, if not evaded, many times during past Congresses and had languished in the legislative mill. I trust that the Senate, under the leadership of our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, has the political will and firm resolve to squarely face and settle this once and for all. While your Committee on National Defense has exhaustively studied and reached out to all concerned to come up with a substitute measure, this representation as your Defense Committee Chairperson humbly submits to the collective wisdom and guidance of this body, as I always have been. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my dear colleagues.
Thank you, our dear sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are 3 members of this August chamber who would like to co-sponsor the measure, but as we appeal to all of them, they are all willing now to just insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech, namely Senators Gatchalian, Revilla, and Ligarda. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We take note of the.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 173. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, while we're waiting for some developments on the anti-agricultural smuggling, Mr. President, may we take this opportunity and with the permission of the body to proceed with the privileged speech and move to recognize the Honorable Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa to deliver his speech regarding the Marawi incident. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, former Chief of Police of the Philippine National Police, Chief General of the Philippine National Police, former student and alumni of Marawi State University, a fellow Mindanaoan, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, Mindanao State University, Mr. President, not Marawi State University.
Sorry, my apologies, Mindanao State University.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was the Sunday of Mindanao Week of Peace. And for the entire Catholic Church, it was the first Sunday of Advent. The first of 4 Sundays where we light candles as a symbol of hope and signal our preparedness to welcome the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. However, this should have been joyous occasion for the faithful quickly became a day of sorrow. Magsisimba lang sana, Mr. President. Ngunit, ang naging kinahinatnan ay isang karahasang napakahirap tanggapin. Yesterday morning at around 7:30 a.m., during the celebration of the Mass at the Dimapuro Gymnasium of Mindanao State University, there was an improvised explosive device explosion, killing 4 people, injuring 45 others. Please allow me to show the barbaric act they committed inside my alma mater, the Mindanao State University. The people who attended Mass went to witness the lighting of a candle for Christmas. They did not expect that they would be lighting candles for the victims of this tragic event instead. I am sure that this August chamber is one with me in expressing
our heartfelt condolences to the families left behind, as well as our condemnation for this meaningless, barbaric, and cruel act. If the word unsuspecting were ever have an image equivalent, yesterday's incident would have captured it. 21-year-old Chris Jurado recalls, "It was really sudden and everyone ran. When I looked behind me, people were lying on the floor. We didn't know what happened because everything happened so fast." Rowena May Fernandez, 19 years old, said she did not understand what happened either, and then she saw others running, which made her run too. We cannot even begin to imagine the shock and the trauma that our students and teachers are now going through. Unsuspecting, the students and teachers who gathered at the MSU gym to attend mass. Unsuspecting, the respective bereaved loved ones and families who knew only that they were on their way to mass. Unsuspecting, the rest of the region who just hours before was jolted by a series of strong earthquakes associated with the Philippine trends. Kung sa Bisaya pa, Mr. President, kung kinsa good in town ang magdahom, who would expect and prepare for the worst when all one intends to do is to take part in worship? No one, absolutely no one. But as I reflect on this heartbreaking attack, I realize this is exactly the way of terrorism, to catch us off guard, attack us when we least expect it. It is a betrayal of the most fundamental kind. It is an unforgivable act of violence, taking innocent lives without remorse and in the insidious guise of a noble cause. Mr. President, it was also in the Senate floor when I recounted my experience when I was still the city director of Davao City Police, wherein we had already caught two terrorists, but we had to let them go because under the law, time was not on our side. Only to discover that one of them, a Filipino who joined the ISIS, had gone on to behead German nationals in Syria. We have come so far since then, Mr. President, especially with the passage of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Kahit pa may ilang sumubok para mapawalang bisa ang batas na ito, nagpapasalamat tayo sa naging desisyon ng Korte Suprema kung saan binigyan nila ng importansya ang pagkakaroon natin ng bagong batas para pigilan at sugpuin ang terorismo. Pahintulutan ninyo ako na basahin ang ilang bahagi ng kanilang desisyon. Terrorism is no ordinary crime. As emphasized, terrorism is not confined to a particular space and time. It is often shrouded by uncertainty and invisibility. Unlike a typical war where armed hostilities are clearly apparent, most terrorist activities, including training, financing, and other forms of preparation, involve months or even years of clandestine planning. Terrorists have significantly improved their capabilities over time and expanded their vast resources, which include inter alia, sophisticated training, and the addition of weapons of mass destruction in their arsenal. The pervasive problem of terrorism requires intervention that not only punishes an act when it is done, but also anticipates risk to disrupt and preempt a terrorist act before irreversible harm is done, without sacrificing and undermining the fundamental freedoms recognized in the Bill of Rights. Bearing in mind the immense responsibility of the government to protect its people and defend the state, the court cannot simply disregard the realities on the ground and the complex problem of terrorism, not only in the Philippines, but across the globe. The Supreme Court is correct. Terrorism is a complex problem shrouded with uncertainty and invisibility. As terrorists try to strike fear in our hearts, they also attempt to threaten, to destroy all that we have worked hard for. And when I say everything we have worked hard for, I do not just mean the passage of the anti-terror law. I also mean the long-standing peace shared by both Muslims and Christians at the Mindanao State University, Mr. President. This peace, this harmony, is what prevails on and off campus. Ako ang makapagpatunay, Mr. President, dahil ako mismo ay nakapag-aral doon sa MSU. I am a living, breathing witness. Regardless of your religion, peace and love constitute the rule rather than the exception for all at MSU. This is how and why I am so certain that this is a terrorist attack. It is not rooted in any authentic acceptance of God and holiness. There can be no possible euphemism for it. It is an act of evil, plain and simple. The students and teachers of MSU consider the university as their second home. They consider this as their safe place for learning, shaping their dreams, and establishing lasting relationships. Sa pagsabog ng bomba sa gitna ng kanilang gymnasium, kung saan idiniraos ang kanilang mga masasayang school activities, nawala ang kanilang sense of security sa kanilang pangalawang tahanan. Ngayon, bunsod ng trauma at pag-aalala, sanhi ng terrorist act na kanilang naranasan. Nagsimula na pong lisanin ng mga estudyante ng MSU ang kanilang pinakamamahal na pamantasan na kumukup sa kanila at naging bahagi ng kanilang pang-araw-araw na buhay. In the face of evil, then we cannot be found idle, doing nothing. In the aftermath of the bombing incident, the divine call for our collective solidarity and unwavering resilience resounds even louder. I urge the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police to keep doing what they do best. Excuse me. Protect our people. I implore you to ensure as much as you can that such act of terror will be stopped. If your preliminary investigations are correct, and this is indeed a retaliation to the work that you have been doing, particularly against the Dawla Islamiyah Maoti group, I understand that you may be afraid of what else may happen. Nevertheless, may our love for our country always be greater than our fear. I urge our local government units to keep an extra watchful eye on your jurisdictions and on your constituents. You are the partners of our military and law enforcement personnel. Huwag po tayong panghinaan ng loob. Let us stay vigilant for the sake of our people. I urge the nation, pray, do not lose faith. Alam niyo po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang nasabing pagsabog ay nangyari pagkatapos ng Keriye. For those of us who are unfamiliar with it, this is the part that comes before the first reading, the part where the congregation asks God for His pardon and mercy. Nakahingi muna sila ng kapatawaran, Mr. President. And this is the part of the story that sends chills down my spine. While the victims were killed in an unforgivable act of terrorism, and despite the seeming darkness of the situation, the light of forgiveness and mercy is still ever present. I am not one to preach, but I would like to believe that this in itself was a miracle from which we can still draw hope to go on. Kung kaya sa ating lahat, tayo'y patuloy pa rin na magtiwala at manalig. Terrorists succeed only if we allow ourselves to be paralyzed by the terror they sow. It is our togetherness and unity in this time of sorrow that we will send a clear message to the perpetrators. They have failed. We are not afraid. Let us not allow terror to reign. Let us look instead to the way of peace. The same peace that the students, teachers, and administrators of the Mindanao State University, as well as the entire Mindanao, have nurtured over the years. And in doing so, may we always let this peace prevail. Candles bring light in the dark. It symbolizes hope that something better awaits every one of us. We will not forget the true meaning and purpose of lighting the candle wreath. It is the birth of Jesus, a sign of God's love and commitment to mankind. As we light candles for the souls of the victims of this horrific incident, let them be symbols of our solidarity. Let them be symbols of our commitment to the victims and their family, that the government will shed light on the cause of this unfortunate tragedy and hold accountable those who perpetrated this terrorist act. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me state and put into the record my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and I'd like to associate myself with the privileged speech of the gentleman from Davao and Bohol. Mr. President, with a heavy heart, this representation would like to extend our sincerest condolences to the families who lost their loved ones and stand in solidarity with the survivors who were all victims of the explosion during the celebration of the Catholic Mass at the Mindanao State University in Marawi City. Again, Mr. President, my thoughts and prayers are with all of you. Mr. President, this representation strongly condemns the heinous act of violence against innocent individuals who were gathered, Mr. President, to celebrate their faith in the most solemn way inside a state university, Mr. President. And that is why I would say this over and over again, that this is a demonic attack. This demonic attack is not just an assault on a particular group. It is an attack on every individual's right and fundamental freedom. And so we denounce, Mr. President, this senseless and cowardly act that aims to divide our nation and assaults our shared values of harmony, peace, and coexistence. Mr. President, you and I are very much aware of this representation's advocacy on religious freedom. You would recall, Mr. President, during the deliberation of your pet bill, now Republic Act number 11054, or the organic law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, we push for the inclusion of a provision that will guarantee religious freedom and the free exercise thereof in the Bangsamoro territory. During the bicameral conference committee hearing, this representation was even asked by the members of the BICAM committee, Mr. President, to lead the way to introduce this particular provision, Mr. President. And this is to ensure that all people in the Bangsamoro region are protected from harassment or any undue pressure, coercion, and violence on account of religion. Mr. President, clearly, as mentioned by Senator Bato, this is a terror attack. And we will not be divided as a nation in this particular incident. The more that we will be united and show the world that we are in unity in pulverizing these terror acts. Mr. President, it is really unfortunate that this tragic incident happened. And so we call on our PNP, our AFP, and all government authorities, kung kinakailangan po, hindi tayo matulog, Ginoong Pangulo, hanggang mahuli natin ang mga perpetrators na ito. We call on all our law enforcement agencies to exert their best efforts in finding the perpetrators and deliver justice for all. Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I'd like to associate myself with the privileged speech of Senator Bato de la Rosa. Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Tem is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized. And after that, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Revilla, Senator Tulfo, and Senator Padilla, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Legarde is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. I would like to associate myself with a heartfelt, privileged speech of Senator Bato de la Rosa. As your co-chairperson of the Senate contingent to the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum, which was established because of the law that you authored, Mr. President, I deeply grieve along with each and every colleague here in our hall today over the loss of lives and the injuries in yesterday's blast inside the gymnasium during Mass of Mindanao State University in Marawi City that killed 5 as of last count and injured more than 60. We strongly condemn such barbaric acts on innocent civilians. There is no place in any civilized society for this inhumane act. Local security forces are working with the MSU main campus. The president himself has directed the PNP, the AFP, to closely collaborate with local law enforcement agencies in the conduct of a swift and thorough investigation of the incident. We remember the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Peoples to Peace, and I quote, solemnly proclaims that the peoples of our planet have a sacred right to peace, unquote. The PC-BPF has been working on establishing intergovernmental relations through legislation and collaboration in pursuit of peace in the Bangsamoro region, through discussions on decommissioning and the establishment of Sharia district courts. The United Imams of the Philippines have condemned the incident, which is against all human and Islamic norms. They reminded that in Islam, the only wars that are permitted are between armies, and they should engage on battlefields and engage nobly. We urge all to exercise sobriety and obtain factual information. We support the Bangsamoro government in its action to provide immediate response and assistance to the victims, and we extend our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Senator Gatchalian, Mr. President, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, today we stand united in grief and outrage over the heinous and despicable bombing in Marawi. Yesterday, in a place meant for solace and prayer inside the gymnasium of Mindanao State University, a Catholic Mass was brutally disrupted by an act of terror. This horrific incident also happened during the Mindanao Week of Peace. But instead of peace, what we witnessed was a ruthless assault on our humanity. Lives were lost, numerous individuals were injured, and the community was shattered by senseless violence. I vehemently condemn this act of terrorism in the strongest possible terms. To target a place of prayer within the confines of the university where worshippers, including students and faculty, convene in the pursuit of spiritual solace is an abomination. It is more than an attack, not just on the place of worship, but also at the core of the university itself, an institution dedicated to nurturing the very essence of humanity, such as peace, tolerance, and the profound respect for diverse beliefs among our learners. This barbarity has no place in a civilized society. I also extend my deepest condolences to the victims' families, and express my solidarity with the community. Sila ay mga inosenteng individual na walang kasalanan, kundi ang maging biktima ng karumal-dumal na pag-atake. Ang kanilang mga pangarap, pag-asa at buhay mismo ay biglang nawala sa isang iglap. Mr. President, this tragedy served as a stark reminder of the pressing need to eradicate terrorism from its roots. It confronts us with the challenge to uphold a safe place for learning and dialogue where people seek enlightenment, not chaos. We will not allow these cowards to sow fear and division among us. We will defend our democracy and stand united against any form of violence that will threaten peace in our communities. This is not the first time that terrorists targeted a place of worship in Mindanao. Similarly, improvised explosive devices also triggered the bombing of the Cathedral of Our Lady of Mount Carmel in Jolo, Sulu, back in January 2019, causing the death of 23 people. This attack also happened during a Sunday Mass when the faithful were gathered in prayer and communion. In the wake of this tragic event, I call for thorough investigation to swiftly ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice. Sama-sama nating labanan ang anumang banta sa kaligtasan ng mga inosenteng mamamayan. Hindi natin papayagan ang mga walang awa at walang konsensyang mga terorista na sirain ang ating bayan at ang ating pananampalataya. Hindi rin natin hahayaang magasik pa sila ng takot at hidwaan sa ating mga kababayan. Further, I earnestly urge for unity and cooperation while advocating for lessening the spread of disinformation. It is imperative that we join forces, setting aside our differences to address this crisis collectively. But as we strive for peace and justice, let us also not forget to care for the psychological well-being of the MSU community and Marawi residents who have been traumatized by this attack. They need our support and compassion, especially in this time of crisis. They need to know that they are not alone, that we are here for them, and that we will help them heal and recover. As safe spaces for discussion and resolution, our state universities should be protected from all acts of violence. They are places where we can foster a culture of peace and democracy, not violence and fear. Let us stand together and rally to protect our state universities from any threat that may undermine their academic freedom and integrity. As a concrete manifestation of our solidarity and concern, this representation also filed a resolution to condemn this barbaric act and urge the authorities to take necessary steps to ensure the safety of the citizens and mitigate further similar attacks. Mr. President, we stand united in hope and faith that we will overcome this challenge. We will not let this tragedy define us or break us. We will rise from the ashes and rebuild our lives. We will restore the peace and harmony that we cherish and deserve. To the Islamic State militants who claim responsibility over this horrific tragedy, hear this: your attack on the innocent holds no justification, carries no significance, and finds no place in our society. It is a sign of weakness and a lack of respect for life. Rest assured, you will face the full consequences of your crimes against humanity, as justice will prevail against such acts of brutality, of barbarity. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Mr. President,
Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. The gentleman from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nakikidalamhati po tayo sa mga pamilyang naulila sa Marawi sa naganap na pagsabog sa Dimaporo Gym sa Mindanao State University. It is not only senseless, but it is utterly ruthless. Walang puwang sa lipunan ng ganitong klaseng pag-atake, lalo na sa mga ganitong lugar o pagtitipon. Places of education and worship should be safe havens, regardless of religion. Napakawalang puso, napakalupit. Mahihiya si Satanas sa kasamaan ng mga gumawa nito. Anuman ang rason, hindi dapat buhay ng mga inosente at walang kinalaman sa kaguluhan ang kapalit. Napakasagrado ng buhay. Kailanman ay hindi magiging sapat ang anumang ideolohiya at ipinaglalaban upang ipangtubos sa buhay ng mga walang muwang na nagkataon lamang na mapayapang dumalo sa misa. Saan mang anggulo tignan, ang ganitong klaseng kabuhungan ay hindi kayang bigyan ng katuwiran. These cowardly individuals can never look their victims in the eye. Paano nila harapin ang mga pamilya ng kanilang biktima na nagdusa sa kanilang pagkamatay? Pilit nilang iginigiit ang kanilang pinaglalaban, ngunit tiyak na kahit anong paliwanag at kahit anong kasidhi ang kanilang pananalig sa kanilang paniniwala, hindi nito may babalik ang mga buhay na sinayang. At lalong hindi nito kayang pantayan ang sakit na idinulot nila sa mga naulila. Those who are signing their name in this depravity should not be given the satisfaction of gaining infamy for their wickedness. Sa halip na bigyan sila ng plataforma upang palaganapin ang kanilang buktot na paniniwala, dapat silang paghimasin ng malalamig na rehas. Mr. President, condemnation will never be enough. Kailangan may mapanagot. Kailangan may maparusahan sa mga buhay na walang habis na kinitil. This is why we must call on our law enforcement agencies to act swiftly. Hayaang sagpangin ng pangilang batas ang mga demonyong nasa likod ng karahasang ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Revilla.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ito pong katagang assalamualaikum. Ito po ay isa sa pinakamahalaga sa isang Muslim. Ito po ay hindi ka matatawag na isang Muslim kung hindi mo ito isinasabuhay. Ito po ay ang pagpapangaral ng kapayapaan. At ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa mga kasama po natin na senador sa araw na ito, lalong-lalo na po kay Senator Bato de la Rosa, kay Senator Loren Ligarda, kay Senator Joel, kay Senator Bong Revilla, at kay Senator Win Gatchalian, sapagkat napakalinaw po sa kanilang mga paliwanag na wala pong kinalaman ang religion sa nangyaring ito. Ito po ay paglilinaw sapagkat napakarami pong lumalabas sa social media na gustong parang ibalik ang mga iniiwasan po nating mga katagang away ito ng Muslim at Kristiyano, at ito po ay gusto nilang paigtingin. Ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa mga kaibigan kasama natin sa Senado sapagkat napakalinaw po na wala po ito sa katuruan ng aming religion. Ito pong dayuhang ideolohiya na ito. Kailanman, hindi po ito naging ideology ng mga tinatawag po nating nagbalik loob, katulad po ng nasa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao at ganun din po sa MNLF. Wala po ito kahit kailan na nagkaroon ng ganitong klaseng paniniwala na sa loob ng pagsamba ng ating mga kapatid na Katoliko, sila po ay pasasabugin. Hindi po ito kailanman matatanggap ng mga Muslim na ito po ay kasama sa aming pananampalataya dahil malinaw po sa banal na Quran na sinasabi, ang pumatay ka ng taong walang kasalanan ay parang mo nang pinatay ang buong daigdig. At ganun din po ang sinasabi ng banal na Quran na there is no compulsion in religion. Wala pong pilitan sa religion. Kaya meron pong kalayaan ang bawat isa kung ano po ang kanilang pinipiling relihiyon. Ngayon po, mahal na Pangulo, ang aking pong isasambitin ay patungkol po sa aking binanggit noong nandito po ang OPAPRO, nung panahon ng kanilang budget hearing. Binanggit ko na po ito. At ako po ay muling magpapasalamat uli sa mga kapatid ko pong senador na nagpapasa na mabigyan po uli ng budget ang Marawi Compensation Board. Sapagkat napakahalaga po na ang mga naging biktima ng Marawi siege ay mapakasa kanila po uli kung ano man po ang naipangako sa kanila ng gobyerno. At ganoon din po ang hinihinging budget ng OPAPRO para naman po doon sa mga combatants ng MILF na inaantay pa po hanggang ngayon yung kanilang hinihingi po na pinangako sa kanila ng gobyerno. Dahil mahal na Pangulo, ito pong kaganapan nito at napatunayan na rin po at nasabi na rin po ni Senator Bato de la Rosa na ito pong nangyaring ito ay retaliation ng teroristang grupo sa nangyayaring operasyon ng ating forces, military forces. At yan po ay hindi lamang po yan nangyari sa Cotabato, kundi nangyayari din po yan sa Basilan. Bago po nangyari ito, meron na pong nangyaring namatayan tayo ng 2 KAFGO sa Basilan sa kanilang ginagawang operasyon laban po sa mga teroristang ito. Ito po ay tuloy-tuloy. Pero tandaan po natin, mahal na Pangulo, na hindi po puro gera ang sagot natin dito. Kailangan po natin makuha ang puso at kaisipan ng mga tao na hanggang sa ngayon ay hindi pa rin po naniniwala sa tawag ng ating kapayapaan dahil sa mga pangako po na hindi pa rin naibibigay sa kanilang mga tatay, lolo, uncle. Ito pong mga gumagawa na ito ay napapatunayan natin, mga bata ito. Ito pong nangyaring enkwentro sa Cotabato kung saan marami pong namatay ng mga terorista. Kung makikita niyo po ang mga larawan, mga bata po ito. Mga batang naliligaw sa isang dayuhan po ito. Hindi po ito Pilipino, hindi po ito Bangsamoro, dayuhang ideolya na nakarating dito sa Pilipinas. Kaya po, mga mahal kong kasama sa bulwagang ito, kung gaano po natin pinaiigting ang ating puwersa laban sa external threats, ito pong internal threats na nandito na ngayon sa ating bayan, ay huwag po nating pabayaan. Lalo po nating palakasin ang ating suporta sa ating military, sa intelligence, upang lalo pong igtingin nila ang operasyon laban dito sa mga dayuhan na ito. Sapagkat, mahal na Pangulo, nandito po sila. Sila po ay napigilan lamang natin noong Marawi siege sapagkat talagang ginera po natin sila, pero sila po ay nananatili dito. Kaya po muli, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong suporta, sa inyo pong binibigay, lalong-lalo na po sa nakaraang budget, napakalaking bagay po yon na muli po niyong tutulungan ang Marawi Compensation Board at ang OPAPRO. Ang gusto ko lamang pong huling sabihin, mga mahal kong kasama, ang pasasalamat sa inyong lahat na inyo pong niliwanag na wala pong kinalaman ang Islam dito. Ito po ay mga terorista at kailanman hindi po sila ang representasyon ng mga Muslim. Maraming salamat.
Salamat po. Maraming salamat, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Robin Hood. Next one who is seeking the floor, Mr. President, is Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that he be recognized and then afterwards, Senator Bongo and Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues, and to the Filipino public, lalo na sa ating mga kababayan sa Mindanao. Akin pong maring kinukundinang nangyaring pambobomba sa Mindanao State University sa Marawi, kung saan 11 na po ang namatay at 45 po ang nasugatan. Walang puwang sa ating bansa ang ganitong karumaldumal na atake. Ang pagpapasabog sa isang eskwelahan, isang lugar na dapat ay neutral sa kahit anong sigalot. At habang nasa isang religious ceremony, ang mga tao ay hindi katanggap-tanggap. Ito po ay isang plain and simple na kaduwagan. Mga kababayan, huwag po tayo papayag na sirain ng mga ito ang kapayapaan sa ating bansa. Lalong-lalo na ang kapayapaan na unti-unti na nating pinagtulungan na ibalik sa Marawi. Sa mga kapatid natin sa Marawi na naapektuhan ng pagsabog, makaasa po kayo na hindi kami bibitaw at ipagpapatuloy namin ang suporta sa inyo upang tuloy-tuloy ang pagbangon ng Marawi. Para sa mga pamilya ng mga nasawi, pati na rin po ang mga nasaktan, kami po ay nagkikipagdalamhati sa inyo at hindi po namin kayo pababayaan. Nandito ang inyong Senado sa tulong ng National Government at LGU na siguraduhin na ang agarang tulong ay makakarating sa inyo. Sa sambayan ng Pilipinas, tayo po ay manatiling kalmado. Huwag po tayo agad-agad gagawa ng konklusyon sa nangyaring pagsabog. Ang gusto po ng gumawa nito ay pabanggain ang iba't ibang sektor. Hindi tayo dapat magpadala sa mga ganitong diskusyon dahil isa lang po ang sigurado dito. Ang naganap na pagbomba ay isang act of terrorism na ang nais ay maghasik ng takot sa mga tao at i-destabilize ang kaayusan sa ating bansa. Ngayon pa lamang ang ating mga law enforcers, pati na rin ang AFP, ay gumagalaw na upang panatilihin ang seguridad ng ating mga kababayan sa Marawi. At bilang inyong senador, kaisa po ako sa mga tututok upang maimbestigahan ito agad para malaman at mahuli ang may kagagawan nito at mawalang agam-agam at spekulasyon sa ating mga kababayan. Muli, nananawagan ako sa mga sambayan ng Pilipinas na ating respetuhin ang isa't isa. Magkakaiba man tayo ng reliyon, paniniwala at kultura, isang lahi po tayo. Lahat tayo Pilipino. Ang Pilipinas ay para sa Marawi, ang Marawi ay Pilipinas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. President, Senator Bongo is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, bilang isang Mindanaoan rin po, would like to deliver a short manifestation regarding the recent terrorist attack which took place in Marawi yesterday, December 3. I strongly condemn this cowardly terrorist attack during a mass inside Mindanao State University, Marawi, that killed numerous innocent people and injured many others. Taus-puso akong nakikiramay sa mga pamilya ng mga namatayan at nasaktan sa pag-ataking ito. Masakit para sa sinumang magulang, kapatid o anak ang mawala ng mahal sa buhay, lalo na kung dulot ng karahasan. As Vice Chair of both Senate Committees on National Defense and Public Order, Mr. President, I call upon our law enforcement bodies to hunt down whoever is responsible and punish them with the full force of the law. Moreover, acts of terrorism in educational institutions like the Mindanao State University must be condemned. Ensuring the safety of students in schools from terrorist threats is a paramount priority to fostering a secure learning environment. Mr. President, we know that the function of terrorism is to terrorize people. If we allow ourselves to be terrorized, terrorists win. As such, we must remain united and should not allow this crime to trigger sectarian hatred and further animosity among Filipino people. Our brothers and sisters in Marawi have already emerged from the dark ashes of the Marawi siege. Di pa nga po totally talaga nakaka-recover yung mga kababayan natin. Nabanggit po kanina, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung compensation. In fact, talagang kulang pa rin po yung compensation nila. At di pa sila totally nakaka-recover doon. Yung mga gusali doon, di pa natatayo totally. At naalala ko, 2017, 10 times po kaming pumunta ni former President Duterte mismo doon sa Marawi kung saan po nagaganap yung gera nung panahong yon. At nalulungkot po ako na ito na naman po, meron na naman tayong mga teroristang nananakot. We must not let another terrorist act derail efforts of achieving long-term peace and development in Marawi City, where people of different faiths have historically coexisted in harmony and mutual respect. Mas marami pong mga kababayan natin na gusto pong mabuhay ng tahimik at walang karahasan. Magtulungan po tayo. Thank you, Mr. President.
President, our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator
is
Risa
taking the vote
Ontiveros.
that should be recognized. And then afterwards, Senator Francis Tolentino. Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Kaninang umaga, nagpahayag po ako sa ating mga kababayan ng katiyakan na walang justification talaga po para sa ganitong gawain ng purong pagkamuhi at karahasan. Kaisa po ako ng buong bansa sa pakikiramay sa lahat ng nabiktima ng terror bombing incident sa Mindanao State University, Marawi City, at sa pagsingil ng hustisya mula sa Islamic State at lahat ng nasa likod nitong atake laban sa mga inosente. Suportado natin ang PNP, ang AFP, at iba pang ahensya sa paghahanap ng buong katotohanan at katarungan ukol sa terror attack na ito. Nananawagan din ako sa ating law enforcement agencies na palakasin ang security efforts sa mga eskwelahan at iba pang pampublikong lugar upang maiwasan ang anumang banta pa sa seguridad ngayong holiday season. At huwag po tayong magkakamali, Mr. President, ang ataking ito, gaya ng sinabi ng good gentleman mula sa Davao na si Sendoroy de la Rosa at ng ating iba pang mga kasama, itong ataking ito ay may sadyang magtanim ng pagkakahati-hati at kawalan ng pagtitiwala sa pagitan nating mga Pilipino. At ngayong hapon, Mr. President, kasunod ng privileged speech ng good gentleman mula sa Davao at ng good gentleman din mula sa Bicol at Mindanao, si Sen. Robin Padilla, nais ko po lang idagdag, napakasakit talaga at napakabastos ng timing na ginamit ng gumawa nitong terror action. Misa para sa unang linggo ng Adbyento. Ang unang linggo pa naman ng Adbyento para sa ating mga Katoliko at alam ng lahat ng mga mananampalataya ay may temang pag-asa. At yung pag-asang iyon ang gustong pasabugin at durugin ng mga gumawa ng terror attack na ito. At pangalawa, Mr. President, nabanggit po ng ilang mga kasama natin ang mahalagang patuloy na trabaho ng Marawi Compensation Board. Alam niyo po mga kasama, isa pang balita natin mula sa Marawi City ngayong araw ay sinuspinde muna ng Marawi Compensation Board ang pag-award nila ng compensation ngayong linggo ng ika-4 hanggang ika-8 ng Disyembre. At yan ang ganyang long-term effect na gustong likhain ng mga gumawa at gumagawa ng ganitong klaseng mga terror action. Isa-isang tabi ang pag-asa, bigyang daan ang pagkabigo, ang resentment, at ang lahat pa ng mga sama ng loob na ginagamit nila para sa kanilang madilim na layunin. Kaya dagang salamat, Mr. President, at nakikisa po ako sa privileged speech ng good gentleman mula sa Davao at sa lahat ng ating mga kasama na kinokondena itong terror act na ito. Susuporta sa pagbibigay daan ng katotohanan at katarungan sa mga namatayan at mga nasugatan at ang buong komunidad ng MSU Marawi City. At patuloy tayo pong lahat bilang Senado, patuloy na magsusulong ng pangarap nating lahat ng isang tunay, makatarungan at pangmatagalang kapayapaan sa buong bansa. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, move that we recognize the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, I join our colleagues as well as the chairman of the Committee on Public Order as we collectively condemn this reprehensible act of violence that took place at the Mindanao State University. Mr. President, last week, I was able to witness a Committee on Public Order hearing chaired by Senator De La Rosa, wherein I heard parents cry due to the recruitment of the NPAs within campuses. Mr. President, it's about time that we strive for a Philippines wherein campuses will be sanctuaries of learning and not scenes of sorrow, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. In connection with the privilege speech of Senator De La Rosa and the rest of our colleagues, I filed Senate Resolution number 875 condemning the recent bombing in MSU Marawi. And likewise, we urge the military and other law enforcement agencies to undertake the necessary steps to bring the perpetrators to justice. And likewise, again, we condemn this terroristic and cowardly act, and we pray for the victims. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. May I also share my thoughts and feelings on the matter, my dear colleagues. I am deeply heartbroken sa pangyayari nitong linggong ito. Alam niyo po, pinaghirapan natin with Senator Coco and almost all of you here today, itong Bangsamoro Organic Law. Kasi ito po nakita natin na political solution, together with Senator Risa and all of us, we see it as a political solution to what they would like as a just and lasting peace. The operative word is just, not just peace. Talagang binuhusan natin ng pagod, ng sakripisyo, ng iyak, ng dugo, ang pagpasa ng batas na ito. Sana hindi masayang po lahat ng sakripisyong ito. It's heartbreaking because almost 5 years has passed since Marawi now, or 6 years has passed since the Marawi incident where they took over the city. And since then, we have taken leaps and strides para mabigyan ng pangmatagalang kapayapaan itong region na ito. Ginawa natin lahat. Ako mismo, Your Honors, I was the author of the National Commission for Muslim Filipinos, which elevated it from the Office of Muslim Affairs to a cabinet rank secretary, head of the NCMF, para mabigyan ng boses ang ating mga kapatid na Muslim dito sa ating kabinete. Umasa din po tayo ng isang batas ukol sa kanilang holy, no? Holy or hallowed day, which is Eid al-Adha. We passed together the Eid al-Adha law. Dahil nga sa ating bansa, napakarami nating Christian holidays at napansin po natin na hindi natin nabigyan ng sapat na atensyon ng ating mga kapatid na Muslim. Sa pagpasa po natin ng Bangsamoro Organic Law, we gave them the autonomy that they have sought for so long. Ano po yan? Pag-set up ng sarili nilang parlamento sa sarili nating bansa, we are a republic. But in their territory of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, they are governed by a parliament whose leader is chosen amongst themselves, which is the chief minister. We had given our brothers in the BARM a block grant para hindi na po nila kailangan pumunta dito at umapela para sa kanilang pangangailangan na budget automatic na po ang budget sa kanila. We even created a Supreme Court for them, recognizing the Sharia law with the Sharia Supreme Court, with the Sharia Supreme Court justices, to show our respect on their religious beliefs and their culture. We even created a position of wali. Wali is the respected leader who is supposed to be above the chief minister. Siya po, kung sa Malaysia pa, yan po yung hari. At yan po ay appointed ng napakaraming sektor. At sila po nag-a-appoint yan. Ang gusto ko sabihin po mga kababayan, wala po tayong pagkukulang sa paglabas po ng ating kamay sa ating mga kapatid, sa lahat ng sulok ng ating bansa na minamahal natin sila. Ang gobyerno ay nagmamahal sa kanila. Even after the Marawi incident, we passed the Compensation Act of Senator Bato de la Rosa na ngayon pinupondohan na po natin together with the projects of OPAP. Kaya gusto po din natin umapela sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Government. Tulungan niyo po ang ating gobyerno hanapin itong mga balasubas, walang hiya at mga I can't even say the words without being stricken off the record, na mga taong ito na dapat ulihin to mga ito, hanapin kung saan sila. If they are foreign in nature, mas mabuti. Utilize the Bureau of Immigration and all our assets and intelligence officers and make sure we apprehend these individuals immediately because they do not represent the religion. Tamang sinabi ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla, marami pong mga kapatid kong Muslim, kapitbahay ko po sa Mindanao, ay napakabait. They're the first to help government and they're the first to assist in all programs for peace and prosperity. As a matter of fact, yung nagbigay po ng mga information sa akin nung araw ng bombing ay ating mga kapatid na Muslim na nakatira sa Marawi. At sila po'y galit na galit dahil ang sabi nila, diyan na naman, babalik na naman ang galit ng buong Pilipinas sa amin. Kaya ako din ay umaapela sa ating mga kababayan, hindi po ito kasalanan ng reliyon. Hindi po yan ang tinuturo ng kanilang reliyon. At tama po sinabi ni Senator Robin Padilla, when you greet a fellow Muslim, you say, Assalamualaikum, which is, peace be with you. And you answer, Malaikum Assalam, which is also the same greeting. Peace also be upon you, my dear brother. Ganon ang kanilang reliyon. Kaya, nakakasakit sa puso dahil gusto po natin na magkaroon ng pangmatagalang kapayapaan sa lugar na ito. Right after the APPF pa ito. And you know, our Muslim brothers in the APPF were so proud of the peace process. But like any other government, an ideology which is radical as theirs is very difficult to extinguish. And tama sinabi ni Senator Robin, ito yung mga bata na yun na lumalaban at nadadala sa kanilang ideology. As a fellow Mindanaoan, I can only hope and pray that our area, our land in the south will continue to flourish due to peace and all the peace efforts that we are doing for our countrymen there. And I hope and pray that we continue the efforts and not slow down the efforts because of this tragic incident of extending our arms for peace to all our kababayans in the region. And to those radicalized and continue to sow violence, we ask the armed forces of the Philippines and all our armed services to apprehend these people as soon as possible time and bring justice to all the victims of those who have died in Marawi, all these innocent lives, all these people praying for peace. My feeling is beyond words, and I'm just so heartbroken. But we must do our job and soldier on. Therefore, I like to order the Senate Secretary that on Wednesday, we will have an executive session and invite the DND, the Philippine National Police, the AFP, NSA, and the NICA to be with us to brief the Senate on the situation. And we appeal to our people who are listening in not to be afraid and not to be cowed by this incident. We continue to do our daily lives and show them that we are not afraid. And we will continue to stand up against violence. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Senator Cayetano's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a short manifestation. I join my colleagues in expressing our deepest sympathies for the loss of lives, the injuries, and the trauma that our brothers and sisters in Marawi, particularly those who were attending the mass in MSU, went through. It's not just really the loss of lives, but it's the trauma of the whole community, as his honor mentioned, na yung feeling na eto na naman tayo, yung tahimik na samahan nila magugulo ngayon ng thoughts of distrust among each other. And we join our colleagues in our call for the immediate action of the authorities to, that is, I think, the one step that can be taken to give a small degree of peace to the community and the loved ones who were left behind, that we are equally outraged. Malayo man tayo geographically sa kanila, wala tayo doon sa time na nangyari yon, pero maramdaman nila na ganun kahalaga ang mga buhay ng bawat isa sa kanila. Mr. President, I'd also like to share that in the event I had earlier today, it was an event to recognize that violence against women and children do happen. And our event is entitled Walk in Her Shoes. And if our colleagues and everyone here in the Senate takes time to go through it, there are booths that show the lives of different women, from may farmer, may OFW, and then there is one who is from Mindanao, and her story, because you'll press the audio and you maririnig mo yung boses nila, and then there's a summary of their story. And her story is actually a story of armed conflict. Yung bata pa lang siya, she had to flee her home because of armed conflict. And so yan nga ang pangarap ng Mr. Senate President, hindi ba, nung pinasa natin yung batas na yan, precisely so that matapos na natin to, that these are people who will not have to flee their homes. So when I heard that particular story among the other stories featured there, it reminded me that this just happened again in our country. So as I said, I join our colleagues in expressing our deepest sympathies and urging the authorities, as I know they do not need urging, but it's our way of also ensuring that they act swiftly. And as Senator Nancy Bin and I were chatting earlier, we need to review if places, including universities and schools, that I know budget-wise, baka hindi pa lahat meron, pero sana may CCTV din tayo in areas na we always hope na walang conflict. Pero kung alam natin na may possibility, then yun yung unahin natin na magkaroon din ng mga CCTV sa mga lugar na yun. So I'll do my part, Mr. President, and coordinate with MSU as well, as I know many of our colleagues have their own resource persons on the ground. But maybe this is something that can at least be a deterrent for future events like this from happening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my dear colleague.
Mr. President, may I refer and move that we refer the speech of the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato, and the manifestations thereon to the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, joint with Public Order and Dangerous Drugs. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2492 under Committee Report number 172. This is the bill on the Philippine Maritime Zones Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and with the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino, and to interpellate Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa, will interpolate the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Well, the good gentleman from Cavite yelled to only three questions pertaining to this mission, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, willingly to the gentleman from Davao del Sur, Bohol, Panglao, Clarin, Marawi, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Yes, the first question, Mr. President, is why is it necessary to enact the Maritime Zone Law?
Mr. President, napakagandang tanong po niyan, and for three reasons, Mr. President. For three reasons. Bakit kailangan po natin yung Maritime Zones Law? Ngayon nagbabadya na naman po, Mr. President, merong 135 boats na nandoon na uli sa paligid ng West Philippine Sea. Three reasons, Mr. President. A Maritime Zones Law will enable the establishment of the metes and bounds of the Philippine maritime jurisdictions under the UNCLOS and other relevant international law. It will likewise identify the geographic areas over which the Philippines can exercise its full sovereignty, exclusive sovereign rights, or specific jurisdictions. Legal clarity is an essential foundation for maritime governance and law enforcement. The Maritime Zones Law is a long-awaited first step in laying this foundation in order to more effectively pursue our national security interests, strategy, and policy in our sea areas. Number two, Mr. President, in practical terms, the Maritime Zones Law will set clear parameters for administrative and enforcement agencies, specifically the NAMRIA, the National Mapping and Resource Information Authority, the Philippine Navy, the Philippine Coast Guard, the Philippine National Police Maritime Group, and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources to perform their functions in the field for securing our maritime domain and protecting our maritime resources for the exclusive benefit of Filipinos. Any doubts remaining as to the location and nature of enforcement will be removed once and for all. Liliwanag na po, Mr. President, kung saan ba talaga ang boundary ng ating mga bahura, kung saan ang boundary ng ating mga shoals, kung saan ang boundary ng ating mga islas, Mr. President. And finally, Mr. President, thirdly, a Maritime Zones Law will ensure that the Philippines asserts and exercises sovereign rights of the Philippines not only over its legal 200 nautical mile continental shelf, but also lays the basis for the extended continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And I am now referring to the newly established Philippine Rice Region. Ito po yung dating Benham Rice. It will put other states, other countries on notice that no foreign entity or person can explore or exploit the gas, mineral resources in our seabed without the express authorization of the Philippine government and subject to compliance with our own laws and regulations, Mr. President. Yan po yung tatlong dahilan, Mr. President, kung bakit kailangang maipasa itong Philippine Maritime Zones Law, Mr. President.
Thank you for that very comprehensive question, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Yeah, with your answer, no? With your answer, I really realize now that really napaka-importante may pasa itong batas na ito. napakabigat po ang dahilan kung bakit kailangan natin may pasa itong batas na ito. So, moving forward to my second question, Mr. President, good sponsor, what will be the effect of this law with the 2016 arbitral ruling?
Mr. President, the arbitral ruling will be part of the maritime zones law, Mr. President. In fact, it is mentioned in Section 2 of the proposed measure maritime zones, wherein the 2016 South China Sea arbitration, PCA case number 2013-19 was specifically mentioned. Again, Mr. President, liliwanagin na po talaga nito yung magiging bahagi po ng batas na ito yung nilalaman ng arbitral ruling. And Mr. President, the Maritime Zones Bill, once enacted into a law, will clarify, again, as I've said in your previous question, the geographical extent of the country's maritime zones and the applicable legal regimes in the zones as stated in the 1982 UNCLOS. And the bill, the law, once enacted into a law, would put into effect the 2016 arbitral award, which covers only the Philippines maritime entitlements. Liliwanagin ko po. The award covers only the Philippines maritime entitlements, not the territorial claims, but leaves to the parties the task of adjusting and implementing their laws and policies in ways consistent with the award. Kaya nga po, magkakaroon tayo ng batas to enable us to include the establishment and delineation of our own maritime zone, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a follow-up for that second question. Ayon sa datos ng DFA, Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office, as of September 7, 2023, the Philippines has lodged a total of 41 diplomatic protests against China. The subject of this protest vary from illegal presence of foreign fishing and maritime militia vessels, illegal fishing, and harassment of fishermen, among others. So how will the passage of this Maritime Zones Bill minimize, if not prevent, the incursions of the foregoing illegal activities?
That's a very good question, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, 8 days from now, Mr. President, 8 days from now, barring no untoward incident, baka ito na naman ang pinag-uusapan natin 8 days from now because of the Christmas convoy that will be approaching yung Insyol. Alam po yan ni Senator Ontiveros. It will really raise a big howl as to whether we are allowed to deliver Christmas gifts to our Philippine Navy troops on board the BRP Sierra Madre. Alam ko po, naggagayak na silang papunta ron. Hindi po mapipigil kung ano po yung gustong gawin ng People's Republic of China kung talagang tayo ihaharas. Subalit, Mr. President, with the passage of the Philippine Maritime Zones Law, it will fortify our claim. It would add another piece within our diplomatic toolbox to use. Kasi po ang kinukutya sa atin ng China, wala nga kayong Philippine Maritime Zones Law. Bakit nyo sinasabing inyo to? Nakalagay lang sa UNCLOS, ganyan, 200 nautical miles, exclusive economic zone, pero ba't hindi kayo makagawa ng Maritime Zones Law? So siguro po, kung sakaling naipasa ito, pagkatapos tuloy pa rin sila sa pangaras, maliwanag na maliwanag po yun na yung sinabi nila dati, baka kakainin na nila na wala tayong Maritime Zones Law. Again, a law cannot prevent a violator from transgressing the law. Similar to the topic which you initiated in today's plenary, the reprehensible bombing attack that happened yesterday at the Mindanao State University, may batas naman pong bawal talaga yun eh. Pero pag meron talagang masasamang tao na gagawa, talagang gagawin nila. Ganon din po siguro kung yung kahit may batas na tayo, kung meron pa rin hong gustong sumagasa doon sa batas, kagaya po ng ginagawa at baka gawin pa, wag naman sana, ng People's Republic of China, hindi naman natin sila maaawat. But just the same, mas matibay po yung ating claim na hindi na lamang entitlement. Claim na ho talaga nakikilalanin ng buong mundo at na maging ng United Nations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor for that answer. No? Now, let's move to the other side of our geography. Let's talk about Sabah, Mr. President. How will this pass? Will this law have an effect on our existing claims in Sabah?
Napakaganda pong katanungan yan, Mr. President. Napakahirap din sagutin.
But before you answer that question, Mr. President, with the passage of this bill, yung Sabah ba ay naisama doon sa yung ating gagawing maritime zone law or hindi?
Mr. President, let me explain.
Yes.
Yung atin pong maritime zone law our maritime zone law is anchored literally on UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. And we likewise incorporated there in the law to measure the implications of the 2016 arbitral ruling. Liwanagin po natin. Ang claim po natin, ang atin pong maritime zones law is about UNCLOS. UNCLOS deals only with waters, tubig, dagat, ocean, seas, waters, rivers, etc., etc. Yung atin pong claim sa Sabah is about land. It's about territory. So, Mr. President, to answer your question, perhaps it is about the implication of the Maritime Zones Act on our Sabah claim. UNCLOS does not settle territorial or sovereignty disputes between states. It should be clear at the outset. It provides and regulates the drawing of maritime zones from the state's baselines. Yung baseline po natin ay ginawa natin, may katagalan na through Republic Act 9522. Our law will provide and regulate the drawing of maritime zone from our baselines and provides, the same as UNCLOS, the states, our maritime rights and entitlements. Even the dispute settlement mechanism under UNCLOS is limited to the interpretation or application of the Convention of UNCLOS, which again, I reiterate, refers to waters, oceans, seas, rivers, bays, archipelago, etc., etc. This has been further emphasized in the arbitral ruling award. The tribunal noted, and I quote, that UNCLOS, and I quote, UNCLOS does not address the sovereignty of states over land territory, unquote. Thus, the Maritime Zones Act will not have any effect, direct or indirect, on the Philippines' claim to Sabah in the same way that UNCLOS does not have an effect on the claim. The issue with Malaysia on Sabah is not an overlapping exclusive economic zone or continental shelf claim, but a sovereign claim or territorial claim, which can be resolved under other principles of international law, particularly customary international law. but not UNCLOS. Again, UNCLOS deals only with waters, not the land. If the dispute is settled in the future, the maritime zones of the Philippine territory in North Borneo, and this is my understanding of this, if it is settled in the future, the maritime zones of the Philippine territory in North Borneo will be determined as a separate territory of the Philippines. The same category as Bajo de Masinloc and the Kalayaan Island Group. In the meantime, until the dispute is settled, the integrity of the archipelagic baselines of the main archipelago, ito na po yung Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, will be complete and uncontested. Meaning to say, it has no implication insofar as our Sabah claim is concerned. It will not diminish, it will not dilute, it will not affect our claim over Sabah because it is not part of UNCLOS, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that very clear answers. And with that, I would like to thank the good sponsor for answering my questions and giving us a very clear understanding about this proposed measure. So I would like to terminate my interpellation, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Thank you again to the doctorate degree holder from Mindanao, our colleague from Bohol, Clarin, Panglao, Antequera, and Alicia from Bohol and Mindanao as well, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we let go of the good gentleman from Tagaytay, may I just pose one question, Mr. President, because I know that without any doubt that this representation believe in the importance of passing this particular law. May we know, good gentleman from Cavite, if we pass this bill into law, how will this help address the encroachment of foreign vessels in our territorial waters? Yesterday, Mr. President, it was reported that there were about already 135 Chinese maritime militia ships swarming in the Julian Felipe Reef, which lies within the internationally recognized exclusive economic zone. Nasa loob na po ng exclusive economic zone ng ating bansang Pilipinas. This is within, again, 200 nautical miles beyond our territorial seas. So may we know, Mr. President, how this bill, when it becomes a law, could help in the addressing the encroachment of foreign vessels in our territorial waters?
Yes, that's a very good question, Mr. President. First, we clarify the maritime zones. When we speak of maritime zones, Mr. President, we speak of first the territorial sea. Second, we speak of the contiguous zone. Third, we speak of the exclusive economic zone. Lahat po ng mga zones na ito ay may kanya-kanyang kaakibat na rights, privileges, responsibilities ang ating bansa at accountability naman po doon sa ibang bansa na gustong mag-transgress. Territorial sea. When you speak of territorial sea, we have complete control of our territorial sea. Our territorial sea is 12 nautical miles from the baseline. So kung sino po yung papasok sa territorial sea, even though exercising the right of innocent passage, dapat kontrolado natin. Kontrolado ng Coast Guard, kontrolado ng PNP Maritime Command, kontrolado ng Philippine Navy. Mag-a-ask po ng permission yon pagpapasok sa atin. Pag ang pinag-uusapan naman po ay yung contiguous zone, which is the 24, another 12 nautical miles, dito naman po tayo merong right to enforce our immigration, our fiscal laws, customs, etc., etc. Dito tayo pwede manghuli ng mga poachers, dito po tayo pwede manghuli ng mga smugglers, etc. At yung mga nagdadala ng mga illegal na droga. Going beyond, from the baselines past the contiguous zone, ito na yung exclusive economic zone, yung ating ECC. Napalagay ko bahagi yung binabanggit ng ating majority leader. Meron din po tayong exclusive jurisdiction to exploit natural resources, to conduct scientific research, etc., etc. Yung pong ginagawa ng China ngayon, doon po sa Julian Felipe Reef, na bahagi ng ating exclusive economic zones, na bahagi ng Spratly Islands Group, na kine-claim din ng Vietnam, ng China, partly Taiwan, at ng ating bansa, ay isang usapin na maliliwanagan pagpasa po ng ating Maritime Zones Law. Dahil the Maritime Zones Law will provide the statutory basis for the exercise of our rights and jurisdiction in the said area. It is a step toward addressing the challenges in the area because it will clearly establish the geographical extent of our maritime zone and the kind of authority or jurisdiction which we can enforce or exercise. So, ulitin ko po. The Maritime Zone Law will not settle, it is not aimed at settling territorial issues. It will merely clarify the geographical extent of our country's maritime zones and the applicable legal regimes in these zones as stated in UNCLOS and under the 2016 arbitral ruling. Ang sinasabi nga ho ng China, claim kayo ng claim, wala nga kayong maritime zones law. Siguro po, pag na-submit na natin sa United Nations at naaprubahan po ng Senado, dahil ito po ay naaprubahan na ng lower house at na-submit na natin sa United Nations, maliliwanagan na talaga kung saan yung boundary natin doon po sa Julian Felipe Reef. At hindi lamang po ito usapin ng kung sino nauna, it will enhance our government's use and regulations to improve our maritime governance. So Mr. President, hindi po sa pagpapasa ng batas na ito, may tataboy natin kaagad overnight yung 135 boats na nagkumpul-kumpul ngayon, nagsoswarming doon po sa Julian Felipe Reef. Hindi po ito overnight na pag naipasa natin ay sila po ay biglaang mag-aalisan. But it will clarify to the entire international community that it is part of our exclusive economic zone because the metes and bounds will be clarified, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleague, as I look into it and as far as this representation is concerned, this is very timely, very important. Sana ho, sa lalong madaling panahon ay maipasa na natin itong panukalang batas na ito that would again give us the statutory rights and basis and establish our geographical extent of our country's maritime zone, Mr. President. Naniniwala tayo that this will strengthen, mas lalong mapapalakas ang ating posisyon, ma-enhance and improve yung ating maritime management at nang sa ganoon, mas lalo pang tumibay yung ating mga basehan kung bakit tunay na ang mga teritoryo na binabanggit po natin sa bulwagang ito ay sariling atin. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, distinguished colleague. And for the meantime, I would move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2492. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being a Senate consideration of Senate Bill number 2492 under Committee Report number 172 is hereby suspended.
Thank you,
Ask
Mr.
for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. This is the Bill on Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153 is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is now open.
President, I move that we recognize sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Defense, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized, and to interpolate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is actually a continuation of what we started last week, so we will not take long, Mr. President. Last time we asked about the budget implication of this bill, Mr. President. The section 17 in page 9, which is about appropriation, it talks about an initial funding of 1 billion pesos shall be included in the annual appropriations of the DND for the purpose of implementing this act. So, may we know, Mr. President, when this bill becomes law, what would be the expenses necessary for fleshing out the bill, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the allocated estimated amount shall be programmed as follows. Number one, Mr. President, creation of
Undersecretary Office,
undersecretary office means included in that are personal services, which will amount to 60 million pesos. Equipment and other supplies will cost 10 million pesos. The building, around 200 million pesos. And the additional requirements for it comes the creation of a Defense Research Innovation Center. Initial requirements will amount to 300 million. And the support facilities for government arsenal, power and water supply, the initial requirement is 430 million, Mr. President.
And then, so merong infra, but once the infrastructure project is finished, Mr. President, what would be the recurring annual expenditures for this program, Mr. President? Still the same. Staff na lang ba? Staff nung new office?
Yes, only the personal services, Mr. President.
How about the research which was mentioned, Mr. President? Office din ba ito? We'll have some researchers.
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct. This will be an office, Mr. President.
Well, ito yung isang reason, Mr. President, na di ba sa DOST, ang dami-daming attached agencies, di ba? Kasi meron yan silang mga research institutes for agriculture, for DNR. Hindi ganun yung approach natin. Ayaw natin ng new agency.
Ang additional layer.
A new agency researching for defense material. Just as yung approach natin sa DOST, marami pong ganun. So we are not envisioning it this way, Mr. President.
No, I don't think so, Mr. President.
In-house, bali, ang gusto na.
Yes. Yes, Mr. President.
Actually, baka mas mahal yun, Mr. President. Pagka in-house.
Okay, if I may add, Mr. President, according to the staff of the Assistant Secretary of the Department of National Defense, they are already also in a tie-up with the Department of Science and Technology, Mr. President.
Because I'm very supportive of the DOST. That's why if We need the 28th attached agency. I don't mind, Mr. President. 28th o 29th na. Ilan na ba yung sa attached agency ng DST? Well, at any rate, Mr. President, okay. The bill proposes the creation of a new office of the Undersecretary for Defense Technology, Research and Industry Development. So, ito po ba yung pinag-uusapan natin? All the research will be done by... So, under this Undersecretary would be a team of scientists, an office with scientists. Yan ba yun?
Well, this is a proposed office of the of the Undersecretary for the DTRID structure. First is the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense, Technology, Research, and Industry Development, and under him or her is the Office of the Assistant Secretary, Office of the Director of the DTRID. If I can furnish you a copy of the organizational chart, Mr.
Sige po,
President,
sige.
I'll just furnish you a copy.
Sige po. Problem ko kasi kung in-house talaga, we cannot just collapse it, Mr. President. Unlike if it's a separate institute or research firm, we can easily just collapse that firm, Mr. President. It's by law, Mr. President. Well, at any rate, that is the plan. So, then Section 13, Mr. President, talks about multi-year contracts. That is found on page 8, line 9, Mr. President. Can we get to know more about how these multi-year contracts will work, Mr. President?
You're referring in
Section
Section 13,
13, yes,
page 8?
Yes.
All right. Just a minute, Mr. President.
Ano yung treaty natin na chat?
You just write it down.
You can write it down. Anong requirement? Write it down.
Yeah.
Nakalain mo yung basic.
Mr. President, if we enter into big ticket projects, we will be paying in multi-year through multi-year contracts authority. More so, Mr. President, big ticket projects will require several years to be implemented, Mr. President.
Ito pong multi-year obligation authority, MAYOA ang tawag po dyan. Ginagawa na po ngayon yan. So, but still we're mentioning it in Section 13. Are we changing anything about the MAYOA rules, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President.
So, we are following the general concept of multi-year obligation authorities po.
Yes.
Nothing will change. Okay.
Nothing.
No special consideration for SRDP contracts. We follow the general rule.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Sa klaro. Mr. President, meron po tayong Armed Forces Modernization Program. Sa katatapos lang natin na budget, alam ko, nasaan ba yun? Nasaan program ba yun? Ano, may sariling line item yun. 50 billion pesos, if I remember correctly. So, how is it, how will this SRDP support this AFP modernization program, which is funded year after year to the tune of almost 50 billion pesos, Mr. President?
What is yung modernization and SRDP? We will use the capital from modernization for proper projects and ship. We buy ship. We enter into offset arrangements.
With the permission of the sponsor, while he's waiting for the
Yes, sir.
the briefing. Yeah, just to add, with the permission also of the dear minority floor leader. Yung from the 50 billion that we allot every year on the modernization, if we can come up with our own defense industry program here, we can keep the dollars within the Philippines. Hindi na po natin kailangan bumili abroad. And therefore, this will now entice companies, both local and foreign, to set up shop in the Philippines. So definitely the money no longer needs to be converted into dollars. We save on the dollar conversion. We also increase jobs opportunities for our people here. Yan ang kagandahan yan for building of ships. Maybe even later on, we can start building airplanes, aircraft, transport, troop carriers. Na kaya natin gawin dito. We've seen how many small companies have converted armored vehicles, di ba? Maraming armored vehicles na yun na gawa sa Pilipinas na. Now, it can be utilized for troop carriers for our troops. So, it will be a big help on the modernization program of the AFP. Number one, not only will we be able to save what I already mentioned, the dollars, increase in jobs, but also we are self-reliant. So kung binanggit ko nga kanina, yung nangyari sa Marawi Siege, nabusan tayo ng bala, nabusan tayo ng kagamitan, at least if we set up this program, it will all be Philippine-based now. We don't have to rely on other countries importing these materials to us, Your Honor.
Are the two programs going to be coordinated, Mr. President? That the SRDP will, ilagay ko lang sa quotation marks, support the AFP modernization program as well as the other way around?
I'm so thankful that I was briefed earlier by ASEC and
Yeah.
he wants it coordinated with the Horizon 3, di ba?
Yes.
Okay, so I will leave it to the sponsor now to answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. The SRDP will be integrated through transfer of technology, Mr. President. Moreover, the SRDP contracts will support the AFP modernization program. And some projects may be required to be manufactured within the country under the Horizon 3 of the AFPMP, Mr. President.
Sige, will be required, Mr. President. How will we do this?
May be required.
May be required. Okay, if we want to require it, how will we do it, Mr. President?
Set arrangement.
The in-country location of the supplier or even of the bidders, Mr. President.
Ano ito? Protect. Through offset arrangement, Mr. President. That is to protect the domestic economy by anticipating a deficit in a trade balance. In-country production. And so I've mentioned earlier, the transfer of technology, license production, co-production, and training, Mr. President.
Yes, ang tanong ko, Mr. President, who is that person or office which has the authority to say that, okay, participants in the bidding of the AFP modernization program as far as Horizon X is concerned should be in-house, in-country located, Mr. President?
It will be the Department of National Defense, Mr. President.
The Secretary, through the
Yes,
Secretary.
Mr. President.
Para lang makita ko po yung the extent of power that we are, that may be the implication of this, the grant of power, which may be the implication of our bill, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, yung saving of dollars, I think we can save foreign currency, especially if we limit the imported components of the defense items that we are going to manufacture in country. Ang problema, Mr. President, kumusta ba ang situation ng raw materials needed for defense equipment, Mr. President? If these are also mostly imported, what we can save on would be the labor costs, maybe some transportation costs, and maybe in the case of arms corps, kaya ko tinanong last time, yung intellectual property costs, because they own the intellectual property. But that will not be true of all the locators, I'm sure, Mr. President.
Well, not all raw materials are available within the country. Hence, we have the need to encourage local suppliers to set up shop within our country, Mr. President.
Yes, and yes, that's correct, Mr. President, because sometimes kasi we just become assemblers kung ganun, but ang tanong, so if the natural resource is not available in the country, wala naman tayong magawa doon. Ano? Okay lang yun. We have to import, but are we also blessed with some natural resources which we think we can tap, Mr. President, in the defense industry?
Yes, so Mr. President, we have copper, nickel, what else? The production of steel.
Okay, so the raw materials for the production of steel are found here in the
Yes.
Philippines. So instead of importing either semi-finished steel or finished steel, we can now actually
We can use our own.
ito yung ating plano nga na may value added na for our minerals and other natural resources, Mr. President.
Yes.
Okay, in that sense, Mr. President, that would be a good feature of this bill, Mr. President. Yung hinahanap natin na value added, tama, dito gagawin. Unfortunately, sa weapons pupunta, hindi sa tractor, Mr. President, or sa plows, or Mr. President. Sana, I hope na meron din po tayong counterpart bill po na ganito na for manufacture ano tawag mo doon? Farm inputs or equipment machinery and equipment which will help in the productivity of our nation, Mr. President. So,
But Mr. President, if I may add, if we have a very healthy shipbuilding industry, those shipbuilders will not only be selling to the military, they'll be selling fishing boats. Hindi na po natin kailangan bumili ng malaking steel boats from Japan. You can already manufacture it in Cebu and maybe in Hanjin, in the former Hanjin plant in Subic. So pwede na po dito in-house. So it's not only going to be for military. Not all the companies will be set up here. Will only be for warfare. Hindi po. The shipbuilding for example, industry can already venture out into, for example, rescue boats, fishing boats. The planes can be commercialized, and if we provide planes, baka maging commercial planes, helicopters also for rescue and for civilian use. Of course, pagka ganun, hindi na siya kasama sa mga incentives. Yung mga VAT-free, wala na. Babayad na ng taxes yun. Pero civilianized na po yun.
I think what the Senate President wants to relay is that there is a dual-use technology, parang double purpose, kumbaga, no? And this will support other local industries for commercial and military use, Mr. President. And commonly, other countries utilize dual-use technologies for their own production outputs, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, marami yan. Ito, alam siguro ito na ating consultants dyan, Mr. Tuazo, for example. Actually, marami tayo mga common everyday items na ginagamit ngayon. Origin is military research, I think, Mr. President. And maybe even the internet itself, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President. That's why release ko yung in-house yung ating research, but then siguro in the future, we can find a way for, just in case our D&D researchers and scientists can come up with something of, which can be of civilian use, Mr. President, civilian and commercial use, it is empowered to release the intellectual property to the DTI or to civilian government agencies for us to take advantage of the commercial value of whatever is researched or discovered or invented, Mr. President. Kaya yun yung isang angle dun sa tanong ko nga na baka research institute ang gawin natin. But at any rate, Mr. President, I think we can follow the example of the United States. Meron yata silang gano'n. They start with the defense research, then they have a way to release it for commercial use, Mr. President. Is that possible?
Actually, for your honor, Mr. President, with the permission of the two gentlemen, yung drone technology, the drone technology initially was done for military surveillance, and then they made it into civilian use. So those are just examples. Even GPS. GPS used to be only military use for special operation units.
But now it's for
And now it's
commercial
for everybody. Everyone can use GPS. So ganun din papunta yun po, Mr. President.
Yes, sa example na binigay po ng ating Senate President, yung mga surface vessels, binanggit niya. So hindi lang ibig sabihin nga nito na yung gagawin natin dito ay lahat ng produkto nitong SRDP ay lalagyan ng pulbura. So hindi sila lahat sasabog o whatever. Meron po yung mga ganong klaseng mga equipment or vessels na pwedeng makatulong din ultimately sa productivity ng ating bansa, Mr. President. Ang bantayan lang po sa talaga natin, if we can be very strict, depende po sa construction ng ating wording sa ating bill, that this SRDP would be very strict that the ultimate user first is government, our defense department, and then are we opening it up to our police and to Coast Guard? But very strict po sana tayo na yung mga firearms dyan or ammunition, walang madadivert to civilian use, Mr. President. Although the firm may be owned by a retired military or retired police, dapat wala pa din silang access, Mr. President.
Ako, Your Honor, Mr. President, if I may, Mr. Sponsor, I totally agree with you. What we don't want to happen, and we can make sure that we put this strictly in the law, that the defense armaments, defense products that are created by this program shall not, will not, may not, and should not be in civilian hands. Because then it's going to be we're just supplying our enemies in state these weapons. So dapat talaga stricto tayo dyan.
Thank you.
That each company that's producing this should be. In the US, very strict sila. When you talk to McDonnell Douglas, even just trying to get into their compound, into their manufacturing, talagang you have to have high level of security, clearance, etc. So I agree with you, sir. I agree with you.
So thank you, Mr. President.
Titignan na amendments, pwede natin.
The wording, we have to just to ensure that the wording captures our intent, Mr. President.
Yes, this representation also agrees with the minority floor leader. And if I may add, we will give importance or preference first, of course, to the Defense Department, other law enforcement agencies, Mr. President.
Is this true, Mr. President, the information that I'm getting that the government arsenal is currently unable to provide greater than 10 to 20% of the AFP's annual ammunition needs
That
due
is
to
true,
a
Mr.
chronic lack of raw materials?
Yes, that is true, Mr. President.
So raw materials, meaning to say, yung raw materials for this talagang necessarily dapat imported?
Systemic because of lowest bidder always winner. Lowest bidder always winner.
Maybe while we're listening to Senator Senator Jinggoy, to dear Senator Coco, Mr. President, because we don't have, for example, gunpowder. We don't have a gunpowder manufacturing plant here. We don't have a primer manufacturing plant because it's very expensive to build. However, companies like Armscor are willing to pour in billions of pesos as long as they're sure na mabibenta natin sa military itong pulbura factory and primer factory. So Kaya wala pong availability. They only produce 10%. It's because they don't have powder and the primer manufacturing. So with this new program, if it's manufactured in country, wala na po tayong problema. But it's the investment opportunity to come in. They need the incentives. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maybe the sponsor wants to add something?
Yes, Mr. President. Well, according to our friends here beside me, the lowest bidder always wins with regard to the bidding processes. That's why sometimes their products are quite inferior. The machines aren't working, etc., etc. And according to the government, the representative from the government arsenal, the brass strips for the case and bullets are all imported, no? And also imported are the propellant powder. And the arsenal produces the cases and bullets, but not for all calibers due to lack of equipment, Mr. President.
Lack of equipment will be answered by investment, Mr. President, per our SP.
Yes,
Pero aminado rin tayo that the country also, the Philippines, does not have some of the raw materials needed. Yun ba yan?
Yes.
Kasi hindi ko pa na-research anong raw materials needed for gunpowder, Mr. President, but I'm sure that would be the problem. So are we making the importation of raw materials also, number one, easier or cheaper under this bill, Mr. President? Only for those under the SRDP program, Mr. President.
Currently, importation rules are 1% for all raw materials. Duties import. Import duties are only 1%. It's quite easy to get raw materials. The problem again is material.
Meron ba rito? May section na. May section ba? Sa raw materials. Meron yun? Sino yung bago? C? Section 13 ba yun? C? 11? 11.
Therefore, so. Alright, so there's also. Materials is not a problem. But also the problem is that the lack of funding.
Last question na.
She's an observation, it's also the capacity of the arsenal. They write around 6 million is what, 7 million?
40 million of the 160 million is
40 million, you can actually produce 40 million of the
Yes.
arsenal when the machines are working.
but we're talking about the same.
Yeah,
Mr. President.
bullets and everything. Case and bullets is there.
What 1%? Ano ito 1%?
Yeah, I know.
What is this 1%? Currently, all import duties are 1% materials. What,
Yeah,
what
but
is this?
that's the taxes and duties for importing raw materials.
For defense equipment, for bullets, ammunition.
No, the import of raw materials, brass oil, lead.
Mr. President, there is also importation of raw materials, but also the lack of funding for new machinery. Machineries that are not working limits the government arsenal.
The equipment in Japanese war.
And the equipments are old since it was procured during the
Japanese time.
Japanese war. Japanese war reparation.
Okay, yes, Mr. President. So, hindi, we just have to make sure siguro na ganun yun, SRDP will have incentives, so yung mga locators or investors will now invest in the modern equipment plants. Pero yung raw materials, aminado naman tayo, some raw materials are not available here. Just make sure in the language of the bill that we also have some incentives for the raw materials. Tapos, ang incentive natin for the final product is that although locally produced, we are leveling the playing field by eliminating the VAT requirement, which is enjoyed by foreign supplied defense material, Mr. President. I think is that the logic, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. If I may add, medyo we are fast tracking the importation. That's why under the law, if I may read on section 11, local industries shall enjoy exemptions from customs duties and internal revenue taxes payable in the importation of raw materials and critical components for the purpose of developing, manufacturing, assembling, and servicing or operating such materials, Mr. President.
That's section 11C, Mr. President. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm aware of
And
that.
I think I've talked with the Senate President a while ago that he plans to amend the section regarding the VAT exemption, Mr. President.
Yes. Wala pa siya ngayon sa...
Wala pa.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I promise to let the sponsor go by 6:45. So, last question na lang po, Mr. President. Ini-sponsor ko dito yung Arms Trade Treaty. Pumasa, nag-concur ang Senate sa ratification of this Arms Trade Treaty. Will the Arms Trade Treaty be an obstacle to a successful SRDP program?
I don't know that. When did you pass the Arms Treaty, Mr. President? I think I was not here. I was not a senator at that time.
Yes, hindi pa po kayo. But it's now we are now a state party to the treaty.
Yes.
I think our resource person, Mr. Tuason, should know about the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. President, because arms corps should be covered by the treaty, Mr. President. So, will this bill be more difficult because of the Arms Trade Treaty, or will this bill affect our compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty, or how are we complying with the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, I think generally the Arms Treaty shall not hinder the SRDP program, Mr. President. Moreover, it seeks to prevent and eradicate illicit trade and diversion of conventional arms, Mr. President.
Yes. Because, Mr. President, ng defense manufacturers natin sa Philippines, sabi sa last nating interpellation, 32. So, this 32 must be, maybe not all, kasi you counted kasi, even the vessels na, okay?
Oh, yes.
But those in the manufacturing and trading of arms, they are covered with the Arms Trade Treaty. But because of SRDP, dadami. Ang anticipation natin, dadami. Who may be covered by the Arms Trade Treaty. So may we ask from the DND how ready are we with our compliance, with our obligations as state party to the Arms Trade Treaty? Are we complying with it as of the moment, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ngayon, SRTP will multiply the number of arms manufacturer. So, will there be a problem with our compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President.
Ito yung ating obligation natin as state party to the Arms Trade Treaty. We must establish and maintain an effective and transparent national control system. We must regulate the import, transit, transshipment of and brokering activities related to conventional arms. We must regulate the export of conventional arms, related ammunition, and parts and components. So, how is our compliance now with the Arms Trade Treaty?
Yes, Mr. President. We made sure to contextualize the SRTP measure within the framework of the Arms Treaty. It is also in coordination with the Strategic Trade Management Office, Mr. President.
Yes, that is the office. That office is attached to the DND?
Yeah, DTI, Mr. President.
DTI, yes. So with that assurance, Mr. President, ang importante kasi as a state party, hindi lang kasi local laws dapat tinitignan natin. May mga treaties na member na tayo. So we should also always be aware of the terms of the treaties we are state party to, Mr. President. So good faith compliance, I think, is the rule under international law.
And maybe to add, Your Honor, we can look into the law and put a penalty. Any of the manufacturers getting getting support from this law, in other words, incentive of this law, if they are in violation of the treaty or in violation of our law, where they sell it to individuals or groups that are not part of the armed forces or the government armed services, tanggalin lahat. They should be, not only will they be criminally charged, but they will also be stripped off this program.
And then plus the fact that we need to really keep and maintain accurate records and statistics. Even with the trade to government. Dapat, di ba, nung budget hearing, ang problema natin, when we ask for statistics and information, medyo without even the data given to us, Mr. President. So I hope that when it comes to arms trading, we are very accurate, we are very vigilant, such that yung Secretariat of the treaty will put full trust and confidence to Philippine reports being submitted to them, Mr. President. Wala pa naman ako naririnig na any issue, but just as an exhortation, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I will have to keep my promise to our sponsor. Sorry for the 3 minutes extension, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
It's all right. I appreciate
So
it.
thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, consideration of the said measure is now suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. This is the bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118 is now in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of November 29, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to introduce his individual amendment, Senator Coco Pimentel, our Senate Minority Leader. So move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized, as well as our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, to introduce these amendments. Nakatulog.
May we show the feed of the sponsor, Mr. President, so we will.
I'm here. I'm here,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
President.
So, if we can proceed with our proposed amendments, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay.
On page 2, line 30, after practices, let's, if we could replace the semicolon with a period, because we will be adding a new paragraph, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
What the sponsor has
Okay.
to say?
The
sponsor
I
accepts?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts? Amendment is approved.
And then the new paragraph to be introduced after section 3, subparagraph B, as the second paragraph of subparagraph B would read as follows. The term broker shall exclude lawyers and accountants acting as independent legal professionals in relation to information concerning their clients, or where disclosure of information will compromise client confidences or the attorney-client relationship, provided, that these lawyers and accountants are authorized to practice in the Philippines and shall continue to be subject to the provisions of the respective codes of conduct and/or professional responsibility or any of its amendments, period, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
So the sponsor accepts, amendment is approved.
Yes.
On page 3, line 6, after the word act. May kama ba to? Walang kama po. After the word act, delete the phrase, delete the phrase or existing laws or regulations. This will be consistent with, Mr. President, with our earlier manifestation that we really want to be clear that we are limiting the proof which will be required by the enforcers of this law to compliance with this act, specifically the 4 crimes mentioned in this act, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
May copy lang.
I accept.
The sponsor accepts, so amendments approved.
Delete and replace. You have to replace.
And there.
Mr. Minority Pro Leader, you have to replace. You said delete or existing laws or regulation and replace with, okay? Can you read what you want to replace it with?
Well, Mr. President, we do not want to replace the deleted phrase with anything, Mr. President. Actually, it will, by deleting it, we achieve already our purpose, Mr. President, to limit the proof of compliance that is necessary, Mr. President.
Does the sponsor accept the
I
proposal?
accept.
So it's accepted?
I mean, yes, sir.
So it's approved, the amendment is approved.
I mean, it's suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Page
Session is resumed.
to continue, Mr. President. On page 5, line 9, after lines, after subparagraph 2, appearing on lines 8 to 9 of page 5.
Sige, okay din.
I propose that we insert a paragraph, okay, an independent separate paragraph to read as follows. The sale of tobacco products, 30% in words and figures below the DPI shall raise the presumption that acts of smuggling have been committed, period. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
So it's been accepted with the sponsor, amendment is approved.
On page 5, line 20, after the word fish, insert a comma as well as the word salt. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
So it's accepted, so the amendment is approved.
This has made it very clear that salt is a covered agricultural
Commodity,
product.
yes.
On page 6, line 6, concerning section 6 po ito. Before the word all, insert the phrase, upon effectivity of this act, comma. And of course, we have to change the capital A to a small a in the word all, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendment is approved.
On page 6, same page, line 8, after business, the word business, delete the phrase upon effectivity of this act so that we can replace that phrase with the following phrase, and safely store them for 5, in words and figures, years from the dates of transactions, period. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
Page 8, ano? Page 8. Page 8, Mr. President.
Yes, page 8.
Line 4, which concerns the subparagraph G of the third paragraph of section 7. Page 8, line 4. Before the word transporting, insert knowingly, the word knowingly, and then of course replace the capital T in transporting to a small t, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
But the same subsection, page 8, lines 4 to 5, after the word product, add an S to make the word product products, and then delete the comma, as well as the phrase with or without knowledge. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the
I
sponsor have to say? So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Page 8, nice. Delete. Okay, on page 8, lines, bakit lines 15 to 16? Yes, lines 15 to 16. Delete the phrase and relevant laws such as, but not limited to, and replace that phrase with the word particularly, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
On page 8, line 16, after the word documents, insert the following phrase, and proof of payment of duties and taxes. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
So accepted. Amendments approved.
On page 8, line 21. Yung kama ba dito? Tatanggalin din natin. Ah? After hours, the word hours, comma, delete the following phrase. The product shall remain in constructive custody and shall be the subject of a criminal action to be filed. And replace this with the following, Mr. President. The enforcement group shall immediately apply for a seizure order and file the relevant case or criminal action in court, period. Pending the issuance or denial of the seizure order, comma, the subject good shall remain in constructive custody, period. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Ano? Ganun din?
After dun sa phrase na to.
Mr. President, saan din? Anong page nga? Dapat sinabi niyo na. A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Resume.
Subject to style, I will be repeating the last amendment I made on section 7 because the same idea and phrase phraseology appears in sections 8 and 9. So, Mr. President, so on page 10, line 26, wala nang relevant to this. Meron pa. Dito lang.
Opo, dun pa din.
Ito na lang pinag-usapan natin.
Hindi, sir.
Ito na. Okay. Okay. On page 10, line 26, Mr. President, after hours, comma, again, I move that we delete the same phraseology. The product shall remain in constructive custody and shall be the subject of a criminal action to be filed, and replace this with the following. The enforcement group shall immediately apply for a seizure order and file the relevant case or criminal action in court, period. Pending the issuance or denial of the seizure order, comma, the subject good shall remain in constructive custody. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
It has been accepted. Amendments approved.
And then on page 11, line 21, after the word increase and comma, I make the same motion, Mr. President, to delete that phrase and then replace it with the same phrase that I have read previously, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
So it's been moved. What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
It has been accepted. Amendments approved.
Next. Oops. Page 10. Can we go back to page 10, Mr. President? Sorry for this, Mr. President. We go back. On page 10, lines 20 to 21. After the word, hindi man to loss kasi after act. Tama? After the word act, delete the phrase and relevant laws such as but not limited to, and replace that phrase with the word particularly, Mr. President. So mali ko lang yun.
So there's a
So
motion.
move, Mr. President.
So there's a motion by the minority leader to amend. What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
It's been accepted. Amendments approved.
On page 10, line 22, after the word level, insert the word or, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
And or?
Or, Mr. President. Or, Mr. President.
Just to insert
I
the word
accept.
or.
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
And then, of course, Mr. President, the styling is we also delete the comma, Mr. President. At the same place, Mr. President. May comma pa kasi we have, if I move that we delete the comma.
So there's a motion to delete the comma. Sponsor?
This is a styling.
This is a style.
Yes, Mr. President.
Probably it's just.
So, if I can proceed, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed.
On page 11, line 17, after the word justification, let's insert the phrase for the unreasonable price increase, comma, such as, comma, cost of acquisition and sales receipts, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
So there's a motion by the minority leader to amend. What does the sponsor have to say?
I accept.
It's been accepted. Amendments approved.
Let's finish this. On, ano to, line 18. And on page 11, line 18, delete the phrase for the unreasonable price increase because we already did the styling amendment, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
I missed an earlier amendment, Mr. President. So with the indulgence of our sponsor, can we go back to page 8, Mr. President?
Page 8.
Yes.
We go back to page 8.
I propose that we delete lines 28 to 29. And this is the sentence. The sale of agricultural and fishery products 30% below the DPI shall raise the presumption that acts of smuggling have been committed. The proposal is to delete this entire sentence, Mr. President.
Sponsor?
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
Stop. Saan ako nag-stop? Tapos na ako rito. Page 12.
Hindi na po natin i-delete. Ito na lang.
So, lampasan ko na.
Line 17.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
If we can continue, Mr. President, on page 12, line 17, after the word products, comma, insert the phrase. Hindi, pero hindi to delete. Okay. Insert the phrase such as cost of acquisition and sales receipts, comma, or documentary proof that stocks are within normal inventory level, or final contracts of sale covering existing stocks, comma, whichever is applicable under the circumstances, comma, Mr. President.
Tawagan mo siya na parang wala yan.
Sponsor? What does the sponsor have to say? There's a proposed amendment from
That's
the.
not in the list. Tawagan.
Yes, Mr. President. It is a new idea so as to save, kasi the original proposal was to delete entire paragraphs, Mr. President. But we're saving the idea of the paragraphs, Mr. President.
Okay, I accept.
So it's accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Sa clean copy noon. Okay, next. Page 13 na.
13.
Page 13.
We go to page 13.
Line 7. After the word businesses, delete the comma shall be, and replace this with the word is, Mr. President.
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved now.
On page 13, line 8, delete the phrase penalized under section 14D of this act and replace this with the following. Will cause the revocation of the grant, period. The government shall then immediately repossess the storage facility and the airing cooperatives and associations shall be perpetually disqualified from being granted storage facilities by the government, period.
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Saan? Additional?
Sa page 13, basta niyo po yung
How many suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
On page 13, lines 14 to 15, after the first or on line 14, delete the following. Are not prescribed by any law or rules, comma, for the performance of any duty, and replace this with the following. Unjustifiably extending the constructive custody of the goods. I so move, Mr. President.
I
Sponsor.
accept.
So it's
I
been accepted.
accept.
No, next
Yeah.
one.
They accepted. Amendments approved.
22. Ito na? Kasi ito yung... Okay. On page 14, delete lines 22 to 26, Mr. President. Because this has been...
Change.
Yes, made unnecessary by our earlier amendments, Mr. President. I so move,
I
Mr. President.
accept.
So it's been
I
moved.
accept.
So it's been moved and accepted. Amendments approved.
And then, of course, the styling amendment of re-lettering the subsequent paragraphs, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note of that.
Ito na ko. On page 15, line 1, after than, delete 8 years and replace with 6 months. And on line 2, after than, delete 10 in words and numbers and replace with 1 in words and numbers, Mr. President. And then remove the S in years, Mr. President. So what we are doing here is we are really lowering the proposed penalties for drivers, warehousemen, truck helpers, clerks, and similar personnel, Mr. President.
Was the
I so
sponsor-
move, Mr. President.
Yeah, it's been moved to amend. What does the sponsor have to say?
Actually, there was a previous amendment lowering it to 8 years to 4 years.
Sinabi ko pa
And I agreed with that. And now, but not more than the 10 years to 6 years shall be imposed on drivers, warehousemen, truck. Then he wants it to be lowered pa to 1 year and 6 months. I want to accept the first suggestion but not the next suggestion.
So the sponsor
What is the first?
would accept the first suggestion.
Yeah, there was a first suggestion to lower it from 8 to 4
8
and
to
then
4.
10 to 6. Now he wants to lower it to 1 year and 6 months. I want to accept the first amendment, not the second amendment.
The first amendment was never made formally, Mr. President. We exchange
Yeah.
notes. We exchange notes, but we make formal amendments on the floor, Mr.
But
President. So
I think it's too.
I'm abandoning that first, and I'm begging for mercy, Mr. President, and
It's too
understanding
low.
for the drivers, warehousemen, truck helpers, Mr.
Remember,
President.
they knowingly did it. That is the provision of the law. They knowingly did it. So it's not, they did it with knowledge. We provided that in the law. And I think 6 months and 1 year are too low. Maybe it's too low for me. I have dealt with drivers for a long time when I was young and operating a small company. If they knowingly did it, I think they should be penalized more.
Mr. President, this is the wording so that our colleagues will understand. This is the state of the...
No, there was a first amendment that was shown to me and I agreed to that. Now, last minute you're changing it. So I am telling you that I find it too low, the 6 months and 1 year. I'm more agreeable to 4 years and then 6 years.
So the rationale of the
so that our colleagues will be aware of the issue. Our sponsor says they knowingly know about the crimes. Ito pong pagkasulat. Ito pong pagkasulat. If the sponsor will allow me to read so that everybody will understand. The penalty of imprisonment of not less than 8 years but not more than 10 years shall be imposed on drivers, warehousemen, truck helpers, clerks, and similar personnel present in the premises of the crime.
No, we provided that those who will be penalized knowingly did it. That is the provision. You had an amendment and I accepted that. There is an amendment like that, knowingly. Oh.
In the
So
exchange,
I'm not enforcing this without knowingly. Oh, so ako, I will accept 4 years and 6 years with those knowingly. If they don't know, they're not liable to the crime.
But Mr. President, we are working on the amendment in the nature of a
Maybe we can
substitute.
postpone this
Mr.
and discuss this later on. I just, because I accepted the amendment knowingly. You will not be penalized if you don't know. I accepted the amendment knowingly. So you know what you are, that it's against the law what you are doing. Now you want me to penalize you so little, even if you know it? Unless you will change the word. Then may I move that this agreement, we postpone this and we have to discuss it.
Is the minority leader acceptable? We put this on the table first.
Yes, Mr. President, because my proposed amendment touches on only on the severity of the penalty. But on the nature, hindi yung present, I have no amendment on that. So it's good that the sponsor is pointing this out, that in an earlier amendment, we said knowingly transporting. So since she accepted the idea of only punishing those who are knowingly doing their acts, we have to also review this page 15, lines 1 to 3 of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, Mr. President. So I agree that if we could defer this issue and...
So we lay this on the table first so that we can move on.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Minority Floor Leader.
Tanggalin nila yung present in agreements.
Hindi, until page 16.
Yes.
Tama?
So, yung...
On page 16, I propose that we delete lines 12 to 13, which read as follows. All offenses punishable by life imprisonment under this act shall not be bailable when evidence of guilt is strong. Because this is actually already the constitutional rule, Mr. President.
I accept.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
it's been
President.
accepted. Amendments approved.
Page 23 na? Ano? Page 20. Page. Ano? Page.
20.
On page 23, Mr. President. 23, line 29 on the section on prescription, which is very critical. We have to be very clear here, Mr. President. We do not want the Maharlika experience, Mr. President. Okay. On page 23, line 29, after the word there, delete, based on the year of the respective imposed maximum penalty, and replace this phrase with, in accordance with Act number 3322. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
Sponsor. So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
Okay. I move that we insert a new section 24. So that would be on page 24, Mr. President, on the final provisions. To read as follows. Section 24, complaint against the government. The government of the Republic of the Philippines hereby consents and submits to be sued upon any money claim involving liability arising from illegal, reckless, or tortious acts committed by officers, employees, or agents of the members of the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Council and the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Enforcement Group, period. Actions instituted as aforesaid shall be governed by the same rules of jurisdiction and procedure, both original and appellate, as if the litigants were private parties, period. Any judgment rendered by any court against the government of the Republic of the Philippines under the provisions of this section may be subject to execution, notwithstanding the provisions of other laws to the contrary, period. That is the amendment, Mr. President, and the purpose is to give the government's consent to be sued because of the severe sanctions and, of course, the very strict and restrictive procedural mechanisms being followed under this bill, Mr. President. That is the purpose of the amendment. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor.
Mr. President, I want to postpone this because Senator Escudero's proposed amendments already include a mechanism to provide compensation for individuals whose products have been wrongfully and illegally seized. So I want to do this together with the amendment of Senator Escudero.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So we will defer. So
So we lay this on the table, Mr. Minority Leader?
yes. So
Okay.
so this afternoon we have laid on the table or deferred two matters, from this representation's proposed amendments. So that ends my amendments, Mr. President, and I'll thank the sponsor for her patience, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, unless the sponsor would like to continue.
No. I just want to inform you that we will produce a clean copy.
Yeah.
And that would be the basis of the amendment of Senator Escudero tomorrow, together with the one laid on the table, the two amendments laid on the table.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Yes, I was about to call the attention of our Secretariat's office to look into this so that we will have a clean copy by tomorrow. Is there another? As for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
recognize again, Mr. President.
Maybe the Minority Leader. Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you to the Senate Secretariat, Mr. President, for pointing this out. 3326. Mr. President, when we mentioned the prescription of offenses, so they really want to make sure that no mistakes, Mr. President. The act number is Act number 3326, Mr. President. So I make that correction, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note of that correction.
Hindi ko kasi nakita sa
Majority Leader? Yes, President, with that, and again, to remind the Secretary to give us a clean copy for the continuation of this particular measure for tomorrow's deliberation, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. I so move, Mr. President. Is there an objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 is hereby suspended. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President. Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137 is now in order. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations and debate, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President. Is there objection? There being a motion is approved. Our sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized, and to interpellate our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi, good sponsor. Pari po bang makapagtanong ng ilang mga tanong dito sa ating bill?
Certainly, Madam, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, good sponsor. Now, I understand that this bill seeks to make amendments to the DILG Act, RA 6975, and the PNP Reform and Reorganization Act, RA 8551, laws which also govern the process for exacting accountability from erring police officers. I welcome this effort to make law enforcement more effective in serving and protecting the people. Napaka-importante po ng trabaho ng PNP para siguraduhin ang seguridad at kaligtasan ng taong bayan. Saludo po ako sa inyo. That said, I believe these reforms should include an honest assessment if our present laws are sufficient to address the problem of police officers themselves being responsible for harm and wrongdoing. Sa madaling salita, sapat ba ang pagbabantay sa ating mga tagabantay? So I will be asking questions for possible proposed amendments to improve the bill on this point. So una po, in Section 11 of the bill, amending Section 35 of the DILG Act, one of the national support units established is the Integrity Monitoring and Enforcement Group, who, quote, shall be responsible for information gathering and conduct of offensive operations against erring PNP personnel. Specifically, the group shall conduct intelligence build-up and law enforcement operations. Pwede po bang malaman, good sponsor, kung ano ang coordination ng IMEG at PNP Internal Affairs Service sa kasalukuyan?
Sa kasalukuyan, Your Honor, Mr. President, their functions are quite different, but they are coordinating with each other. Whatever accomplishments pertaining to arrest or arrest of erring personnel being done by the IMEG, the corresponding administrative cases are being filed by IAS, and that is done through coordination, Your Honor, Mr. President. So it is being done right now as we speak. that sort of coordination between the two is very much alive.
Salamat, good sponsor. At mamaya maitatanong ko rin po yung koordinasyon din nila in terms of or in relation to administrative cases at dun naman sa possible criminal cases. Sabi nga po ng good sponsor, Mr. President, magkaiba yung papel ng IMEG at ng PNP-IAS pero may coordination. May impression po na hindi ganong kahigpit or kapormal yung coordination. So yung susunod pong tanong ko, good sponsor, makakatulong bang gawing formal ang coordination nila sa isa't isa para siguruhin yung success pati ng criminal prosecution ng IMEG at on the other hand, administrative cases ng PNP-IAS?
Yes, Madam, Your Honor, this representation as the sponsor of this particular mission is amenable to any proposal that will improve the coordination between these two units in order to institutionalize their coordination. So maganda po if it is going to be included in our legislation, then I agree with the gentlewoman from
Na-hurt po ako, Mr. President. Hindi po. Good gentleman from Davao and Bohol. Okay lang po.
Quezon City. Panay
Island.
Panay
Salamat
Island.
kayo, good gentleman.
Yeah.
At salamat po dun sa kabukasan sa mga amendments na ipopropose ko sa good sponsor para nga i-improve itong coordination dun sa dalawang bodies at para i-institutionalize ito. At lalo na po dahil noong nakapanlulumong hearing po natin tungkol sa pagpaslang kay Jemboy Baltasar, na-raise yung issue tungkol sa kasong i-file laban sa mga pulis na responsable. Reckless imprudence lang. Gayong sadya siyang pinagbabarel yung bata. Sa hearings, tila din hindi sigurado yung PNP, PNP-IAS at DOJ kung bakit ganito ang nangyari na reckless imprudence lamang. And I note, good sponsor, that under Section 39 of the PNP Reform Act and Reorganization Act, PNP-IAS is mandated to, so ito yung iba sa IMEG, quote, file appropriate criminal cases against PNP members before the court as evidence warrants and assist in the prosecution of the case. So sa bill po na ito, malinaw na po ba sa PNP kung kaninong responsibilidad dito?
Well, the relationship between the two is that for operational purposes, IMEG will take charge because they are trained for counterintelligence and interdiction against this erring policemen. And the IAS will handle the administrative aspect of the case. But as you have said, that does not mean that they are only limited to file administrative cases, but also criminal in nature. Yun nga lang ang problema lang is IAS is not really capable to make interdictions or operations against this erring policemen. So that is why the existence of IMEG was given importance because IAS is more on investigation, Your Honor. So,
Salamat, good sponsor. Baka naalala ng good sponsor nung hearing po nating iyon na nga, interesado po talaga ako na palakasin yung mandate at saka capacities ng IAS. Maaring hindi naman ako pupunta o tatawid dun sa pati sa interdiction sila. Pero sige po, mamaya ng konti sa interpellation ko at lalo na po sa period of amendments, magpo-propose po ako ng amendments para sa konsiderasyon ng good sponsor, particular po dun sa IAS.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat kaayo. So now in section 14 of the bill, amending section 41B of the DILG Act, the bill states that the chief of the PNP shall have the quote authority to immediately order the preventive confinement of any PNP personnel under investigation for or charged with a grave administrative offense and or crime, provided that the place of confinement shall be limited to their barracks, quarters, or in a designated facility until such limits are enlarged by proper authority. Provided further that preventive confinement shall be for a maximum period of 90 days, regardless of the number of cases filed and investigation conducted against such personnel. Sa hearing rin po natin tungkol kay Jemboy, lumitaw na yung isa sa namaril sa kanya, si Staff Sergeant Jerry Maliban, ay may dismissal order na for grave misconduct and serious irregularity. Pero ang paliwanag noon, nag-a-appeal pa daw siya at hindi pa final yung decision, kaya tuloy siya sa trabaho. At naisama pa nga sa operasyon na nagresulta sa pagkamatay ng inosenteng bata. So sa paniniwala niyo po ba, Mr. Chair, good sponsor, na sapat ang provisions ng bill na ito, given its built-in limitations, sapat na ba yung provisions para hindi na mangyari ulit yung ganyan?
Well, I cannot fully guarantee that that is already sapat, Your Honor, but at least it will grant a big improvement as far as the compared to the present setup that we have right now. Isa yan sa nasabi ng ating mga kapulisan na bakit nagpapatuloy itong mga masamang damo, itong mga eskalawag ng kapulisan dahil nga because of that particular disciplinary mechanism, no, wherein unlike the armed forces of the Philippines, yung commanding officer can immediately put to jail his erring subordinates. So napakalakas yung kanilang disciplinary mechanism. But dito sa PNP, since we are no longer with the military, we are not governed by the military justice system, we observe everything being a civilian organization. So yun, nangyari yun. Pero itong ginawa natin ngayon na amendment is that we still fully observe the rights of the accused, Your Honor.
Yes, salamat, good sponsor. And kung pagdating sa proper time, kung mag-propose ako ng amendments para sa konsiderasyon ng good sponsor, certainly upholding pa rin yung rights of the accused,
Yes.
gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor. Dahil tama naman yung sinabi nila na hindi governed na ang PNP ng military justice.
yeah.
Opo. And at the same time, siguro with the intention na mas siguruhin through the authority of the Chief PNP or the Philippine National Police itself, na yun na nga po, hindi na maulit muli yung katulad nung nangyari kay Jemboy Baltasar, na siguro pwede lang natin hulaan ngayon na kung may dismissal order ng isang personnel, hindi siya makasama dun sa operasyon. It might have made a difference between life and death.
Yes,
Para kay Jemboy Baltasar.
Your Honor, if I may add something, no, the Philippine Coast Guard is even though it is a civilian agency under the DOTR, but they are adapting the military style of disciplinary mechanism within their organization. So I think getting the Coast Guard model, maybe we can improve our disciplinary mechanism within the PNP.
Salamat po para doon, good sponsor. hindi rin naman ako tatawid dun sa gayahin natin ng Coast Guard at adopt military style justice. Ako, confident ako na kaya pa nating ayusin yung disiplina sa mga airing PNP personnel sa konteksto ng isang civilian
Yes,
na
thank you. Thank you.
institusyon. Opo.
Yeah.
Pero given yung unique characteristics niya, bilang siya pa rin yung premier na uniformed at armed service ng ating gobyerno para sa public safety.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po, good sponsor. So dako na po ako dun sa tanong sa Section 49 nung kasalukuyang PNP Reform and Reorganization Act. Kung saan the PNP-IAS is the body charged with conducting, gaya ng napag-usapan natin, good sponsor, administrative hearings on members of the National Police. However, ito medyo na pag-usapan din po nung pagdinig natin dun sa Jemboy Baltasar case. Their decisions are merely recommendatory. And now in 2019, it was reported that only 30% of their recommendations for police dismissal were actually implemented. Ibig sabihin, sa bawat 10 recommended for dismissal at sa mga iyon may mga seryosong kaso, lumalabas na 7 nakakawala, scot-free. At ayon pa po sa IAS, hindi man lang nila nalalaman kung ano ang nagiging final decision sa mga rekomendasyon nila. So, unang tanong po dito, good sponsor, meron po ba tayong updated information sa kung anong percentage nga ng PNP IAS recommendations ay totoong pinakikinggan at ipinatutupad ng PNP?
As of now, Your Honor, we don't have the data, but I'm sure it's improving. It's improving, knowing that the current, the latest group of chief PNP are very aware of this, that situation. But yun namang pagdi-dismiss ng mga or not following or not heeding to the recommendations coming from IAS. I have been the chief PNP. The recommendations coming from IAS, when it goes up to my office, merong comment doon yung mga legal service or also a group of lawyers who are giving some further advice on that particular matter. So kaya nga merong in-implement ng chief PNP, meron ding hindi. Because after thorough study from the legal service, may sarili rin silang rekomendasyon about that. At saka yung Office of the Chief PNP mismo, may mga lawyers din doon na nag-monitor lahat ng mga kaso, Your Honor.
Opo, good sponsor. So Mr. President, may IMEG, may IAS, merong pang legal service, and then gaya ni sinabi na good sponsor, meron ding mga abogado sa Office of the PNP.
Yes.
At least po sa pagitan ng IMEG, IAS at legal service, meron din po bang mahigpit na koordinasyon na o mas maluwag pa ang koordinasyon ng legal service kaysa sa IMEG at IAS?
There is, Your Honor, there is coordination among these offices. In fact, they are situated, their offices are situated almost very close to each other, so that the coordination is really being made between these offices.
Well, Mr. President, good sponsor, maigi kung physically magkakalapit sila. So, I guess ang sinusubukan po natin gawin dito sa bill na ito ay organizationally din at operationally ay isalaminin yung ganyang pagiging malapit nila sa isa't isa and in order to fulfill the objectives of organizational discipline. At dahil hindi po on hand yung data nung percentage of IAS recommendations implemented by the PNP, kung maaari pong Mr. President, good sponsor, mahingi na lang ito
Yes,
bago yung period of amendments.
We will
Salamat
provide
po.
you with that data.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Your Honor.
Opo. At ngayong pinag-uusapan yung amendments both sa DILG Act at PNP Reform and Reorganization Act, Tingin niyo po ba, good sponsor, ay panahon na ring i-explore ang pagbibigay ng expanded adjudicatory powers at fiscal autonomy and independence sa PNP-IAS?
Well, I think we can do that, Your Honor. We can do that. But as long as yung powers ng Chief IAS I will not supersede the powers of the Chief PNP.
Of course,
So, yeah,
Mr. President, good
that,
sponsor.
that should be the case.
Siya nga. Yes, very well noted, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Siyempre, hindi naman posible or desirable yung ganyang outcome kasi otherwise papaano mangyayari yung organization ng buong institusyon, no? Yung buong, in a way, kahit civilian institution, chain of command, and accountabilities down the line. Pero kung pagbibigyan ako ng good sponsor at the proper time nga po sa period of amendments, susubukan ko sa gabay nila i-push the envelope lang towards greater autonomy po ng IAS dahil nakikita po nitong representasyon napakahalaga nung papel niya kahit sa yun na nga po, pag-instill at maintain ng organizational discipline sa institusyon. And baka meron din po tayong makalap na best practices from other government institutions or offices na merong ding parang internal affairs service or unit kung papaano na ma-maximize po yung in a way autonomy niya, pati fiscal autonomy, maybe even expanded adjudicatory powers. Kung sabi naman ng good sponsor, pwede nating explore yung mga yon, all within the context nung, for lack of a better term right now, chain of command ng buong institution, good sponsor.
Yes,
And then huling paksa ko po, good sponsor, I understand that the National Advisory Group for Police Transformation and Development, NAGPTD, has been doing important work to study how the police force can be made more reliable, capable, effective, and credible. Their recommendations include empowering the PNP-IAS by giving them fiscal autonomy and independence. And ito, dahil sinabi ko po, Mr. President, good sponsor, syempre, hindi ko kinontemplate na ang chief ng IAS hihigit sa chief PNP. Pero may rekomendasyon itong National Advisory Group, including placing IMEG under PNP-IAS supervision. They also recommended strengthening the National Police Training Institute and the PNP Academy through adequate financial and logistical support, and ensuring sufficient plantilla positions for professors. To ensure the sustainability of institution-wide transformation, at naniniwala po ako, Mr. President, good sponsor, yun yung pinag-uusapan natin dito dahil continuous reform and reorganization, so transformation, yung National Advisory Group, also recommend that leadership of the Strategy Management Center be upgraded to directorial staff. So, maaari ko po bang tanungin kung yung mga inputs nila at rekomendasyon ay kinonsider sa pag-draft nitong bill at kung tulad sa naunang tanong ko, bukas yung chair sa mga amyenda batay sa mga rekomendasyong iyan.
Well, that would be a good starting point for discussion, Your Honor, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, because marami talagang lalabas na discussion pagdating dyan. Dahil right now, the PNP is contemplating on putting CPSM or nag-TPD? CPSM under the Directorate for Plans in order to harmonize and hindi magkakaroon ng duplication of function So, yun ang plano nila. Pero yung recommendation naman ng nagtipid is gawin pang 2-star ang but we will consider all those recommendations, Your Honor, Mr. President, good sponsor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pasensya po, ano po yung CPSM?
Center for Police Strategy Management,
Okay po.
CPSM.
Salamat, good sponsor. Yan pala yung
Sila
full
yung,
name ng Strategy Management Center.
yan. CPSM.
CPSM, Center for Police Strategy Management. Okay po, salamat po para doon. Sinabi po ng good sponsor, Mr. President, these inputs and recommendations could be a good starting point. So, tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko? Medyo nahuli itong mga rekomendasyon sa pag-draft ng bill? Hindi pa siya na-consider sa bill?
Well, CPSM should have, or nagtipid, as you have cited earlier, should have raised these issues to the PNP leadership so that the version that we are accepting here in the Senate should already incorporate their proposal. But the mere fact that hindi, I don't know if it was presented to the PNP leadership and was denied, I don't know the background. The mere fact that from NAGTPD, they go directly to whoever here in the Senate, then that we have to discuss that matter, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Fair enough, good sponsor.
Yes.
Opo. Kung nahuli man sila sa pag-submit or nakapag-submit pero hindi tinanggap ng NHQ, so at least maigi na rin na bring up ko dito sa interpellation, and at the proper time, sa period of amendments, isi-signify ko na lang sa good sponsor kung itong ipopropose kong amendment ay batay sa ganito o ganyang rekomendasyon nitong nag-TPD, hindi pala nag-PTD, nag-TPD. Alright. So, dagang salamat, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. At sana patuloy ang efforts nating harapin ang mga pagkukulang man sa batas at ang paggawa ng lahat para itama ito. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Tiveros. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we'd like to thank our dear colleagues for still being here, Mr. President, and especially our staff, Mr. President. Most of the employees left the building at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but they're still here working doubly hard, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137 is now suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session. Mr. President, may I retract from my, hindi po naman ako nag-motion, Mr. President. May I just move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 33rd session, Wednesday, November 29, 2020, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 5, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 5, 2023.